Jonah.
Another.
Jonah, God called Jonah to go and preach to the Ninevites, right? Jonah said, "Nah, I ain't preaching to no Ninevites. I'm going to Spain." Right. You know what God did? He caused a big fish to come up and swallow him and take him all the way back to preach to the Ninevites.
What kind of fish was that?
Yeah, what kind of fish?
Well, they say a whale, but in the Hebrew, right? In the Hebrew, it says a big fish. In the Hebrew.
So you telling me you actually believe a fish swallowed him and brought him back?
Absolutely, absolutely. I believe it.
Hold on, man. You see what I'm saying? We know that a whale can only swallow nothing no more bigger than an orange.
But it wasn't a whale.
I know. That's what I understand this. I understand this perfectly.
Yeah.
I got you.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is, what kind of entity swallowed this man whole? Hey, did he make it out alive? Did he make it out alive? So this big ass fish swallowed this man whole, and couldn't
Hold up. Did I read this?
I'm going.
Oh, wait a minute. Can I read this?
And he couldn't digest them. So what? The fish threw him up.
Exactly. He brought him up. It threw him up right on the
fish. Y'all believe this?
I believe it. No, I do. I'm being honest with you. But here, the elder called for Job.
Big ass fish gonna swallow a big ass man and not digest him. Never mind if the fish exists or not. Let's get into the fact that fish didn't digest them.
You don't know nothing about the
Hold on. What I'm saying is, hold on.
Dinosaurs walk the earth. Do you agree that dinosaurs walk?
Yeah, but I don't know about no dinosaurs that throw back up a man after he ate him. What I'm saying is, after 3 days, hold on, a human.
It wasn't a whale. It wasn't a whale. The white man said.
Hold on, a human being.
It wasn't a whale.
A human being stayed inside of a fish for 3 days. The fish swallowed the human being. The human being stayed alive for 3 days inside that fish.
Yeah.
And then the human being comes out. And we're also going to say that the fish controlled his body in such a way that he didn't try to digest the man. He just let the man chill out like this.
His bio
Man,
that's why.
Everything. Hey, look. The white man. Hey, look. The white man can't even go to the bottom of the sea.
No, it's not when you're.
He hasn't even discovered all of the living creatures under the sea. The white man thinks he got everything. He ain't got shit, man.
That's right. There's creatures on this planet that the white man haven't discovered. That's why they're always exploring. Listen.
The fish thing is, we got to get back to that. We got to find another date for this fish conversation. You know what I'm saying? Y'all not getting away with the big fish.
Hey, we go to something else.
Y'all not going to get away with that. But
let me read this. There's an entity.
Y'all almost have it too. Y'all should have never read that fish verse.
You won't get the fish.
I was about to convert.
Think too much. All right?
I was about to convert into the fish.
Well, if the Lord wants you, wait a minute.
The Lord was with me up until the point. Just making sure. They said that you said it was okay to rape 12-year-old girls. I don't know if that's
I already brought that.
Okay, good. That's what I want.
Slander.
That's what I'm saying. I wanted to know. I didn't put that on you. I didn't put it on you.
So you know what I thought? What we taught, which we teach now, is that when you go into the law in the ancient world, men, if they saw a woman that they like, they can grab the woman up and rape the woman, man. and we're going to read the scriptures. All right?
Somebody
hell no, you didn't have no problem with that.
Years old.
The Lord has a
No, but that's not good law.
Well, let me say this. Let me say this.
Lord didn't have a problem with men raping a 12-year-old or any woman that they saw on sight.
The Lord didn't have a problem with it.
Why you David B?
But you know what you're thinking? See, you were brought up in this man's food system, so that's how you think. That's how you think. But back in the ancient world, if you saw, we're talking about, grab a woman, man.
And God had no problem with this.
Of course not. Let me tell you something, man. I mean, I don't want to speak like this around a woman, you know. But I'm gonna say this. Man. Let me say this, bro. Let me say this.
I'm listening.
Most women dream about that.
Yeah, it's true. It's
All
true.
right?
It's true.
Most women fantasize about that, man.
Can I tell you something?
All right?
I got
Hey, man, my woman, my Ephraimite woman, when we used to do our thing, she used to say, well, go in the room and put clothes on, put a mask on, and bust in the door and rape my ass. Okay? And you know, when you do that with a woman, most of the women don't report that shit.
No, but listen.
They out there, brother. They out there, brother.
Let's not get lost. 12.
Women like
No, bro.
to go rape people, man.
We're not
Of
telling
course.
you gotta let it's not all right. In this society, it's not all right.
The scripture said you can do it.
But you're saying that.
But you don't do that.
But the scripture say you can.
The Lord.
But you know what? The scriptures also
yes.
say
They don't allow us to do as the Lord would have permitted.
Well, it's true. Yes, that's true.
And it's far, now I'm talking in terms of raping a woman on sight if I wanted to.
First of all, the woman
Let's not go to the scripture. Go to the scripture.
Yeah, the scripture answers it better.
That's scripture.
Yeah.
Deuteronomy 22 and 25.
The scriptures.
But if a man find a betrothed damsel in the field, and the man force her, I'm sorry, verse 28. My bad. Verse 28. Yeah. Yeah, verse 28. If a man find a damsel that is a virgin, which is not betrothed.
The word virgin, by the way, is a Hebrew word. Let me see if I remember. Bathwala. All right. Now, the prophecy of Mary, a virgin shall conceive. The word there, virgin, is ayalama, which means young woman of marriageable age. Virgin in here means bathwala, virgin, a woman that never been, hit, so to speak. Exactly.
If a man find a damsel that is a virgin, which is not betrothed, and lay hold on her, and lie with her, and they be found, then the man that lay with her shall give unto the damsel's father 50 shekels of silver,
Dowry.
and she shall be his wife, because he hath humbled her, he may not put her away all his days.
Now, when you go back, and you know the Hebrew, when you go
like prostitution now.
No.
No, he grabbed the woman in the field. The word, no. He humbled it. He gave it to the father after the fact. The word humble, when you go into the Hebrew, the word humble is the word aina. Yep. When you look up the word aina, it means to force, to take by force, to arrest. So what does that word mean? Rape. Yeah. It means rape.
I understand.
Okay.
Now, the next question is this. Now that the Bible has made it clear that it's permissible to rape, why are we still reading the Bible?
Because you know what? Because it's in the Bible. We have faith in the Bible. We have faith in the Most High. Whatever the Most High says, we got to accept it, man. You know what? Of course. Absolutely. Once you come into the faith, you know who you remind me of, man? You remind me of Neo talking to you remind me of Neo talking to Morpheus, and when he said this is the reality and it was a thermonuclear war, and he showed you what's gonna happen to America, what did he do? He threw up. That's what you're going through, man.
So you telling me, hold up.
Movies.
You telling me if somebody was to rape your grandbaby that's 12 years old, you will be all right with that? God forbid. You will be all right with that?
In the kingdom, I couldn't do nothing about it in the kingdom. In the kingdom is
What do you mean by the kingdom? This is getting crazy, man.
What
do you mean by the kingdom?
We're looking for a king. We're looking for this white man to go down very soon and for us to come up.
So if y'all got a chance to be on your own land, like the Pale Jews is trying to do,
it's not going to happen.
It's not going to happen.
The Israelite women they're gonna come freely to the men.
That's right. That's right.
We're gonna have to beat them off with a baseball bat. You know what I'm saying?
Now that day obviously hasn't come yet. So what we're gonna do is talk about.
Wait a minute. Isaiah, what's that? Isaiah 4:1.
Do that, man.
Isaiah 4:1.
Yeah.
It was the African that raped
I gotta
Daniel.
read that. I gotta read that.
You know?
You missed the whole point. You missed the whole
Listen, let's let the scripture speak. Isaiah 4:1. And in that day, to back up the elder, and in that day 7 women shall take hold of one man, saying we will eat.
7 means
completion. Right.
Case in point, King Solomon had 1,000 women. He had listen. He had 700 wives and 300 concubines. You know what a concubine is? A woman that you just go and do your business and keep it moving. All right.
Yeah, so this is the day that's fast approaching. And in that day, 7 women, which the brother explained it, 7 women shall take hold of one man. One man.
Yes.
All right. saying we will eat our own bread, meaning they're gonna cook.
You don't gotta pay all rent. You don't gotta do
Now
nothing.
you see the deep shit about this is that it caters a lot to men. What do women get out of it? Just to get raped? What do they get out of it?
Polite said, hold on.
Okay.
Hold on. Look. Polite said the black woman is God. Though.
That's right. So she ain't about
And
to
he
get
can
raped
prove
by
it
no
to you in your
Israelite.
Bible, but we ain't gonna go there.
Hey, the woman. Hey, you know what?
Yeah,
Hey,
but that black woman is God, and no God,
How do you figure?
no culture, no community is about to accept that God would have been all right with a woman being raped.
How do you figure
Because
that?
that's your mind. That's your
That's not
mind.
my mind.
That was my mind. That's
my
That's your.
That's my being a
I
husband.
thought the same
That's my
thing.
being a man.
I thought the same thing.
A man, a husband, and a father wouldn't condone no doctrine that say at 12 years old or any age that it's permissible for someone to be raped.
That's right. Don't give me judges. What is it? Judges 18. Judges
Say this.
18.
No sane man is going to accept the doctrine at this point.
According to who?
You see, they said I was intelligent, but the truth is not with me. But this shit just got insane. Now I let them pass with the fish that ate a whole nigga. I let them pass with that shit. But you ain't getting the rape pass, man.
After his head is opened up, he gonna be flying, man. It's like Neo.
That's right. That's right.
Neo. Let me ask you a question, brother.
Well, let me.
This keeps going. We have to ask you a question.
Well, let me.
How many of you are fathers here? Just be for real. If you're a father. Now, what if someone is overwhelmed by the spirit of the Most High God, and he reads your scripture and he take your daughter and he just rape your daughter? What do you say to that? If he live like you live, walk like you walk, talk like you talk. Because y'all live amongst each other.
Yeah.
Y'all live amongst each other. So what happens when one of y'all feels so overwhelmed by the spirit of God that when you see one of each other's daughters, you just grab her up? You gonna tell one of these brothers here, come on, you know the doctrine. You know how it get when you get.
Well, answer it.
We just told you that.
How would y'all respond?
In this time,
We're not gonna let that happen.
that was
But
in
if it did happen,
Hold on.
but if it did happen, you would allow it to happen. Why? Because you go back to the scriptures.
You're supposed to be a brother.
Hold on. You're gonna allow one of your brothers to rape your daughter?
You say rape as if rape simply means to grab.
No. We talking about now. We read the verse. Where someone was.
You got
In
too
the
much
kingdom of heaven, hey,
You got
look,
too much
when I-
work.
No. We read the verse, man.
when the kingdom is established, we're gonna get women when they 12 years old.
Right.
All right.
Say it again.
As soon as they start in the kingdom of heaven, when their period starts, that's when they become a woman.
Okay.
All right. So we're gonna deal with them when their period starts.
Right.
When their monthly starts.
Question.
Have sex with them. Have babies, man.
With 12-year-olds?
Brother, there's in the kingdom, we're gonna do that, man. We're gonna get them young. We're gonna get them young.
And the kingdom is coming.
The kingdom is right here, but the Most High is gonna establish the kingdom, right?
You say something.
Don't look up in Google women that were pregnant under the age of 12. You got 9-year-old women that were pregnant.
But we ain't gonna
You got
do it with
11-year-old that were pregnant. As soon as they get their period, they become a woman.
When did Eve become a woman? When did Eve become a woman according to the Bible?
When did Eve become a woman?
At what age did she become a woman according to the
It
Bible?
doesn't tell you whenever she got a period. The same thing with Mary.
I got
Right?
your answer right here. I got your answer right
Hold
here.
on. Why was the woman created?
Hold up, the elder got the
Mary would have
answer.
been 12 years old.
Hold up, the elder got the answer.
Okay.
This is
How old Eve was?
yeah. No, not Eve, but just in general as far
What
as
was
a
the woman
woman.
created for? The brother asked. I think that's a good
Okay,
question.
we'll answer that.
1 Corinthians 7:35.
I can answer that one.
And this I speak for your own profit, not that I may cast a snare upon you, but for that which is comely, and that you may attend upon the Lord without distraction. But if any man think that he behaveth himself uncomely towards his virgin, if she pass the flower of her age, and need so require, let him do what he will, he sinneth not, let them marry. Now, when does a woman have the flower of her age? The flower of her age is her period.
I don't know where to start.
The title of this video is Rape and Pedophilia is Accepted by Some Hebrew Israelites. I repeat, rape and pedophilia is accepted by some Hebrew Israelites. You might have heard about the term conscious community. CMB, we got. We're all in this together. The conscious community, that's the black atheists, the black Christians, the black Muslims, the black Hebrew Israelites. Have you heard the conscious community say, hold up now, those Hebrew Israelites who are cool with rape, they are not part of the conscious community? You heard that justification. Some commentary is going to be needed. Now, so far we have Michelle Grant, who wrote, "It's going to be a great birthday for me today. Thanks for this gift, my forever." I will open the line to see if some people want to comment on that. But I don't expect many callers because that's the conscious community, isn't it? For those who don't know, only members can post in the chat. It's $3 per month, and you have the link to join. So, some people who follow these scriptures with this doctrine actually did.
Since I've been a part of this conscious community, sexual misconduct has been condemned and vilified almost unanimously. We saw the rise and fall of Dr. York. We had Hebrew-Israelite, the brother by the name of Mighty Hebrew. He was convicted, I think, twice for sexual behavior against minors. He was widely condemned by the Hebrew-Israelite community, but apparently forgiven by the Israelites, because I see him all over the place right now on everybody's channel. Another brother by the name of Nazi Yashavel, another Israelite, also involved in sexual misconduct with a minor. We have no idea where this brother is, but he's been sheltered somewhere by an Israelite group.
Now you notice how some people will spend their time disrespecting people who follow Kemet, people who follow Ma'at. But they haven't said one word about those who touched on babies and those who say publicly, and they are elders. You've seen the brother. So I've shared the link to whoever wants to get in the chat, and now I'm going to proceed with the commentary. Some things you have to hear to believe.
All right.
I was about to convert into the fish.
Well,
He brought that.
Okay, good.
Going to the law in the ancient world.
I didn't put it on you, but I
that
want.
is slander.
That's what I'm saying. I wanted to know. I didn't put that on you. I didn't put it to the point. You're that brother. Just making sure. They said that you said it was okay to rape 12-year-old girls. I don't know if that's
I already brought that.
okay, good. That's what I want.
Slander.
That's what I'm saying. I wanted to know. I didn't put that on you. I didn't put it on you.
So you know what I thought? What we taught, which we teach now, is that when you go into the law in the ancient world, men, if they saw a woman that they like, they can grab the woman up and rape the woman, man.
So in the ancient world, in the world of the Hebrew Israelites, according to this elder, is an elder, isn't he? You could just grab a woman and rape her. So that's the ancient world of the Bible. That's the Canaanite, the Israelites. Where are the Israelites now? Don't you think they have some explaining to do? Are you surprised then when you hear that some people were convicted for sexual misconduct with children? Is it an interpretation issue right there? They are bold, man, because they are comfortable dealing with it in the street.
And we're going to read the scriptures. We're going to read the scriptures, all right?
No, somebody
hell no, you have no problem with that.
Years old.
The Lord has as a period.
No, but that's not good law.
Well, let me say this. No, let me say this.
Lord didn't have a problem with men raping a 12-year-old or any woman that they saw on sight.
The Lord didn't have a problem with it.
What you telling me?
But you know what you're thinking? See, you were brought up in this man's food system, so that's how you think. That's how you think. But back in the ancient world, if you saw, we're talking about, grab a woman, man.
And God had no problem with this.
Of course not.
Now he was asking, and God don't have a problem with this? And the elder responded, of course not. So God don't have a problem with anyone grabbing a woman and raping her. The conscious community is going to find excuses. Mental Son wrote sick dudes, bro. Some conscious community people are going to come and say, oh, you have something personal against the Hebrews. You have a vendetta against the Hebrew-Israelites. The title says SOME Hebrew-Israelites. What is the other term that they use? I forgot, but there's another excuse that they like to say. Anyway, let's continue.
Let me tell you something, man. I mean, I don't want to speak like this around a woman, you know. But I'm gonna say this. But I'm gonna say this, man. Let me say this. Let me say this, bro. Let me say this.
I'm listening.
Most women dream about that.
Yeah, it's true.
The elder Hebrew Israelite says that most women dream about rape. Now, I don't know what they're going to say this time. Shaka, you don't understand because you don't live in America. You know what I'm saying? You cannot understand. You have your experience and we have our experience. I mean, I'm just surprised right now at this point. You know, we have 14 people online. I don't know what excuse they're going to come up with right now. And the sisters of the conscious community, I don't know what they're going to say. You know, if it's your uncle or your father, it's a bit difficult. You're left with two choices. Either you condemn your family member or you roll with them. So you're going to shoot the messenger. You're going to point fingers at the messenger. He has something personal against us. And he doesn't like us. That's why he says that.
All right? Most women fear.
Now, some of you may have just arrived. But you heard that younger person say, it's true, it's true. What was he talking about?
Say this, man. Let me say this. Let me say this, bro. Let me say this.
I'm listening.
Most women dream about that.
Yeah, it's true.
All right?
They're talking about rape. They're talking about getting raped. And the other brother said, it's true, it's true. Actually, they were not just talking about rape. They were talking about, I mean, yeah, they're talking about rape, but after the elder, you got to respect the elders, said that most women dream about that. It's true, it's true. You just have a clear example that when people have the same doctrine, a lot of time, they defend each other, protect each other. Some people are capping for a female cat and others are capping for rape apologists. I prefer a Christian apologist, you know, all day, every day. I would roll with a Christian apologist before I roll with a rape apologist.
Most women fantasize about that, man.
Can I tell you something?
All right? Hey, man, my woman, my Ephraimite woman, when we used to do our thing, she used to say, well, go in the room, and put clothes on, put a mask on, and bust in the door and rape my ass.
So now you heard the justification. There's a huge difference, though. That was his woman. There's a difference with a woman who wants to play kinky role play, that has a fantasy, and a woman that you don't know from a can of paint. The dude doesn't know the woman from a can of paint. He grabs her and rapes her. There's a huge difference there. And I don't know if he gets it. I don't know if the conscious community gets it. Because Hebrew Israelites are part of the conscious community. CMB, we all that we got. But if an African brother speaks and says, well, you know, that's wrong, they're probably going to tell him, go back to Africa, aren't they? They probably will tell him, well, you have no standing in this community. You talk to your people, I'll talk to my people.
Okay? And you know, when you do that with a woman, most of the women don't report that shit.
Most of the women don't report that. No wonder some people were convicted for sexual misconduct with minors. I mean, even if it's not a minor, you still face the consequences in a court of law. But they are in here in the street, just like the conscious community is normalizing being pseudo, just like the conscious community is normalizing lying, just like the conscious community is normalizing scamming. Here they are normalizing rape. They are normalizing raping, and those are the Hebrew Israelites. And this is an elder speaking. I know another Hebrew Israelite elder or two. There are a few. Have you heard them condemn him? But you heard them condemning Kemetic people, haven't you? Which is a clear proof, clear evidence that some Hebrew Israelites will not condemn rapists, rape apologists, as long as they are Hebrew Israelites. But just because you are not a believer in their faith, they will dislike you, disrespect you.
No, but listen.
Lay out there, brother. Lay out there, brother.
Let's not get lost. 12.
Women like
No,
bro.
bro.
You go rape people, man.
We're not telling. You got a lot. It's not all right in this society.
Of course, they're not telling people to go and rape people because it's not their kingdom. They know that there are laws, but they have expressed their sentiments so far, haven't they?
It's not all right.
The scripture said you can do it.
But you're saying that.
But you don't do that.
But the scripture say you can.
The Lord.
But you know what the scriptures also say?
They don't allow us to do as the Lord would have permitted.
Well, it's true. Yes, that's true.
And it's fault. Now I'm talking in terms of raping a woman on sight if I wanted to.
First of all, the woman that
Go to the scripture. Go to the scripture.
the scripture answers it better.
That's scripture.
Yeah.
Deuteronomy 22 and 25. But if a man find a betrothed damsel in the field, and the man force her, I'm sorry, verse 28. My bad. Verse 28. Yeah. Yeah, verse 28. If a man find a damsel that is a virgin, which is not betrothed.
The word virgin, by the way, is a Hebrew word. Let me see if I remember. Bathwala. All right. Now, the prophecy of Mary, a virgin shall conceive. The word there, virgin, is ayalama, which means young woman of marriageable age. Virgin in here means bathwala, virgin, a woman that never been, hit, so to speak. Exactly.
If a man find a damsel that is a virgin, which is not betrothed, and lay hold on her, and lie with her, and they be found, then the man that lay with her shall give unto the damsel's father 50 shekels of silver,
dowry,
and she shall be his wife, because he hath humbled her, he may not put her away all his days.
Now, when you go back, and you know the Hebrew, when
you sound like prostitution now.
Now we have the Pharaohess who greeted us, Hotep. And she wrote, Polite is in hot water for rape, isn't he? Well, he's free. He's been free for a year. He's been free ever since he's been accused. So we will see what his trial will, what will be the outcome of his trial. But yet the same people who condemn and criticize Polite who has not been judged yet. They are not saying anything about their fellow Hebrew Israelite brothers who are in the street publicly, saying that in the kingdom of God, the kingdom of the Bible, you can't just grab a woman and rape her. V. Bennett wrote, it's not surprising. The point Reggie wanted to debate was the meaning of virgin. Well, Reggie said that Heru raped 7 women, but then he took that back. But here we have grown men saying that it's okay to rape. What does that mean, sister? I don't understand what this means. I don't know the meaning of this saying. In the meantime, he quoted from the Bible, but we have the satanic Bible. Maybe we have a rapist Bible. So let's verify. Okay. I think my headset's battery is low. I hope you can still hear me now. I'll check though. Okay, I'm gonna check that you can still hear me. Yes, sound works well. Now, in the chat, brothers and sisters, feel free, even if you disagree with me, maybe we'll have some brothers and sisters who are okay with rape, so, by all means, feel free. Even if you disagree with me, it's fine. We can dialogue, have conversation. So V. Bennett wrote, they're fixated with that term. That's because it's in the Bible, it's in the scriptures. Thank you, the Pharisees, letting me know that my headphones are fine. So, for all purposes, for the benefit of the court, I'm going to share the link in the chat. This is Deuteronomy, the same book that they used to argue or claim that black people in America are descendants of one of the tribes of Israel. That same book says, Deuteronomy chapter 22, verse 28 to 29. If a man happens to meet a virgin who is not pledged to be married and rapes her, and they are discovered, he shall pay her father 50 shekels of silver. What is a shekel? This is about a quarter of pounds, or about 575 grams. He must marry the young woman, for he has violated her. See, violated is a serious word. Some people just use it loosely. He can never divorce her as long as he lives. Now, there it is. Now, there's one thing that you might have missed here. There was a video, and I forgot if it was Afghanistan, but it's one of these Asian countries. A couple were interviewed because the man had raped the woman, and in accordance with their way of life, philosophy/religion, the woman had to marry the man. So she is married to her rapist. They are married because he raped her. And apparently, well, at least in front of the camera, they are getting along. So some people might want to defend the Bible, the scriptures, so much and say, well, there's a bit of justice here because, he compensated the woman. But you might have missed one point here. Now, nobody asked the woman's opinion, but here it says if a man happens to meet a virgin who is not pledged to be married and rapes her, and they are discovered, which means that it is safe to say that if a man rapes a virgin who is not pledged to be married and he's not caught, he's not discovered, they are not discovered, then he can walk scot free and go by his business and move on to the next one. What does the King James Version say? Maybe it's a wrong translation. And the King James Version apparently is one of the most reliable translation. If a man find a damsel that is a virgin, which is not betrothed, and lay hold on her, and lie with her, and they be found, then the man that lay with her shall give unto the damsel's father 50 shekels of silver, and she shall be his wife, because he hath humbled her. He may not put her away all his days. It seems like it's not the issue of translation, but we might need some greater insights. So, I want to see all versions. How come we don't have it there? Okay, maybe it's just like this. Okay. So, let's see all English translations for the benefit of the court, for our knowledge of the Hebrew culture, because you heard when I spoke to one elder Hebrew, he told me that I don't understand the Hebrew culture. KJ 21, it says, if he lay on her and lie with her. ASV, same thing. AMP says, and seizes her, and is intimate with her. AMPC wrote, and seizes her. Well, some nice euphemism, because we heard the Hebrew term, didn't we? BRG, and lay hold on her. CSB wrote, and takes hold on her. Now notice they are quick to translate him as slave in the Medunecher, but when it comes to rape, they have a lot of euphemisms, don't they? CEB, if he grabs her, say CJB, same thing, grabs her. CEV, forces her. DARBY, lay hold on her. DRA, taking her. ERV, force her. EHV, grabs her. ESV, seizes her. ESV UK, seizes her. EXB, forces her. GNV, take her. GW, rapes. This is what you do when a man rapes a virgin who isn't engaged. When the crime is discovered. So if the crime is not discovered, hey, you good, dog. Keep doing your thing. Move on to the next one. GNT. Suppose a man is caught raping a young woman who is not engaged. Suppose he's caught raping a young woman. HCSB. If a man encounters a young woman, takes hold of her and rapes her. Now the word rape. ICB. Force her. ISV. Seizes her. JUB. Lays hold on her. KJV. Lay hold on her. AKJV. Lay hold on her. LEB. Seizes her. TLB. Rapes. If a man rapes a girl and he is caught in the act. MSG. Grabs and rapes her. MEV. Seizes her. NOG. This is what you do unto, this is what you must do when a man rapes a virgin. NABRE. Seizes her. NASB. Seizes her. NSB 1995 seizes her. NCB overcomes her and has sex with her. So maybe some people are going to be in court for rape and they say, no, it wasn't rape. I did not rape her. I overcame her. NCV forces her to have sexual relations. NET takes hold of her. And RIV rapes her. We already seen New International Version. It says rapes her. NIV UK rapes her. NKJV seizes her. NLV takes her and lies with her. NLT. But NLT is probably the sweetest or softest translation. Suppose a man has intercourse with a young woman who is a virgin but is not engaged to be married, if they are discovered. So someone might be at court and say, oh, no, it wasn't rape. In accordance with the translation, the NLT translation of the Bible, what happened is that I had intercourse with her. There's not too many. NRSVA seizes her. NRSVACE seizes her. NRSVCE seizes her. NRSVUE seizes her. OJB lay hold on her and lie with her. RSV seizes her. RSVCE seizes her. TLV grabs her and lies with her. VOICE forces himself on her. WEB grabs her and lies with her. WYC if a man findeth a damsel virgin that hath no spouse, and taketh and doeth lechery with her. Finally, YLT if he hath caught her and lain with her. So safe to say that the majority of the translation agrees that it is forced. Let's go back to Exhibit A for the court, for the benefit of the court. I shared the wrong link.
No. He grabbed the woman in the field. The word, no. He humbled it. He gave it to the Father after the fact. The word humble, when you go into the Hebrew, the word humble is the word ainah. Yep. When you look up the word ainah, it means to force, to take by force.
Ainah. We learn Hebrew with those brothers. I hope there's not too many Hebrew Israelite ladies who got Ainah.
To arrest. So what does that word mean? Rape. It means rape.
The Hebrew elder clearly broke down what does that word mean? Rape. It means rape. That's in the Bible. The Bible is not responsible for rape. But the Bible says what happens after a man rapes a woman. Now, let's say you have some fathers who are really, really money hungry. They're like, I want to get that paper by all means necessary. Well, what if he arranges his daughter to be in a situation where she will get raped? Then we earn money. But, you know.
I understand. Okay. Now, the next question is this. Now that the Bible has made it clear that it's permissible to rape, why are we still reading the Bible?
Because you know what? Because it's in the Bible. We have faith in the Bible. We have faith in the Most High.
There was a silence. Then he says, we have, because it's in the Bible. We have faith in the Bible. We have faith in the Most High. It's funny, we don't have any Hebrew Israelites right now. Isn't that funny? Oh, on share by mistake. V. Bennett wrote, terrible. But the conscious community, we don't hear them speaking about that. There's way more important stuff. Some of them you will talk about this and say, oh no, what I care about is the information, not the internet beef, not the personal vendetta. You know, they're gonna say it's more important than that. And somebody who spoke to a mommy, that's more important, right? That's their sense of priority.
Whatever the Most High says, we gotta accept it, man. You know what? Of course, absolutely.
Whatever the Most High said, we have to accept it.
To the faith. You know who you remind me of, man? You remind me of Neo talking to you remind me of talking to Morpheus, and when he said this is the reality and it was a thermonuclear war, and he showed you what's gonna happen to America, what did he do? He threw up. That's what you're going through, man. So
now that breakdown right there, metaphysicians, they might love that breakdown because, you know, gullible people, they'll be impressed, but they will, oh yeah, I never thought about it this way. It was so deep. But people with common sense will be like, bruh.
So you telling me, hold up, movies telling me if somebody was to rape your grandbaby that's 12 years old, you will be all right with that, God forbid. You will be all right with that?
In the kingdom, I couldn't do nothing about it in the kingdom.
In the kingdom, he couldn't do nothing about it. I mean, it gets worse as we progress through the video. V. Bennett wrote Psycho. Where is the conscious community right now? Where are they? Is this your kingdom? Is this your God? Is this your scriptures? Damn, that is sick. Where's the conscious community? Where are the Hebrew Israelites? What's your take on that? Apparently, we are evil. Apparently, Kemet was evil. I'll share the link together on the panel. It's there. I mean, I'll share it again. They're going to say, I wanted to get on the panel, but I couldn't see the link. link to get on the panel. Come and break down your scriptures about the rape. Some of you know the Hebrew. Tell us if the elder Hebrew Israelites was wrong or not. What was it? Kana, Aina. It was Aina. That elder said it means rape.
In the
In the
kingdom,
kingdom, in the kingdom is
What do you mean by the kingdom? This is getting crazy, man.
The
What do you mean
rulership-
by the
We're
kingdom?
looking for a kingdom.
we out here.
We're looking for this white man to go down very soon and for us to come up. So
They're looking for the white man to go down very soon and for them to come up. So when they will come up, then they will be in the kingdom, and then they could grab any woman and rape her. V. Bennett is in the place to be. So when they will come up, then they will be in the kingdom, and then they will grab her. How you doing, brother?
Yeah, can you hear me, Shaka?
Can't hear you, brother.
Hey, man, you know what? It's
Oh, we lost V. Bennett. He's gonna call back. If you can hear me, we lost you. Feel free to come back. Well, the Hebrews were lights. I mean, we have Twitter. We have mobile phones. You know you can send a text message. You know you can call. You know you can send an email. You know you can use Twitter. But they don't do it. They don't care. That's more important. Like disincriminating people. Because they heard a voice. There goes your conscious community. There goes your Hebrews or lights. V. Bennett is back. Hello, brother.
okay. Yeah, I'm here. Sorry about that, bro.
No problem.
My phone. I don't know
No
what
problem.
happened with that,
What happens?
but this
Oh,
topic, this is. Oh, I'm good. I'm good, brother. How you doing?
no, I'm chilling. Feel free, brother.
Okay. Yeah, this topic is it's so strange, man. I mean, because generally, I'm not one that I try not to believe in too much hocus pocus or coincidence or things like that. But with this particular subject and the timing of it, I just find it something strange with this whole thing about virgin. Why is it so important? We just coming off of that debate where the topic got changed to virgin. It had to be about virgin. It's like, okay, I didn't understand that. And then and it's just for some reason I'm realizing that, wait a second, this is always a topic for this group. This group is either always talking about what a virgin is or what the legal age is. It's so important, this thing. And I just find it like, I just think it's not it can't be a coincidence, and it's just they don't get it. They don't get it, hands off little girls.
Mm-hmm.
You
Hands
can't
off the girl.
rape. They just don't get it. They
Mm.
just can't say it for some reason. And I also think it's just some sort of strange fixation with this thing of purity, getting it, how they frame it. I'm just wondering what's going on, man. I'm surprised, it all happened within 1 week's period. We back on to virginity. We back on to rape, and the answers that come from these brothers, they just don't add up. They just not clear rejection of the behavior, so that's it. I don't know what you're gonna achieve, because I'm thinking this has been almost a topic with this group for dang on 15 years. 15 years. There's been like no growth. There's been no change. They're literally still trying to find ways to mix up Bible verses and make excuses for behavior. It's just like, I just don't get it. It's too far for me, man. It's too far gone,
Yeah, but that's a conscious community. They don't speak out about that. They are busy talking about Jabari, hearing a voice or something like that. Right.
and they're busy dissing Kemetic people, saying that we are romanticizing us in Egypt. But the strange thing is that it looks like they are romanticizing rape.
Exactly. Exactly. And you know, the sad part about it is that rape to black women, it is a huge problem. It's not a fantasy. I mean, the majority of them will experience rape.
Yes.
The majority. That's a big problem, and just and it's so sad because it's disheartening because while we have these topics, there's definitely black women, African sisters looking back and just saying, "Yo, people still don't get it."
Mhm.
Most of the sisters that go through this, they can never speak about it.
Yes.
And that's the majority of the sisters. They don't have a way to speak about it, and it's actually hurts them when they hear others talking about it because it's a trigger. But what they're going to do, they can't just come out. I mean, I can only imagine what's behind this wall, bro. Really,
Mm.
I
But
can only imagine. Yeah.
brother, some sisters won't speak about it, uh, black or white, no matter the ethnic group, out of shame, which can be understandable. But some spoke about it, and they were told by family members, uh, when it was, for example, from another family member, when it was incest,
Right.
you know, because
Right.
you're gonna make the family look bad, you know. And in the conscious
Exactly.
community, we have a similar behavior. They're gonna talk about rape when it's done by white people, but when it's black people, hush, sweep it under the rug, walk it off.
It's the same behavior. It's the same behavior. I would just say it's the same. I mean, just trying to throw it under the rug. And the thing about it is that every person got to decide which side of the fence they're going to be on. Are they going to be on the side that just completely rejects it and makes no excuses for it and allows everybody to move on together? Or are they going to be on the side of the group with the group that just allows the harm to continue, allows the degradation of our own community, corruption of our own community, because it's corrupt, man. It's
Mhm.
that those type of actions rip, hit at people to the core.
Mhm.
A child, a young person, male or female for that matter, but because a
Mhm.
lot of times we think it's just women, but it's boys too, little boys
Yes.
too. But the reality is that when this type of behavior exists, most of the people live with some sort of pain from it for the rest of their lives
Pain and trauma, you know,
and trauma.
and some reproduce what
Exactly.
was done to them.
And some reproduce, because they never got help to even deal
Yes.
with that pain and trauma. And they never even knew what normal was because that just became that turned to they think that's normal because that's what happened to them,
Yeah. And
you
and and
know?
f- and, and you've heard about the Zulu Nation situation with Africa Bambaataa.
Oh,
You
I
didn't?
definitely heard about that, bro.
Oh yeah,
Oh
yeah,
my
yeah.
God. Layla Wills. Have you seen her doc? Layla Wills.
Oh, it's too many videos, but I've scrolled through a few. But way before
She's from
Layla Lewis.
Chicago.
Oh, I'm familiar
She's
with her.
from
I bought
Chicago.
I bought, I bought her first book about Farrakhan, and she was trying to touch on Farrakhan and Scientology.
Right.
But yeah. Um,
Exactly.
mhm.
But she
But
blew that nation she blew that she wasn't the only one, but that dot is pretty heavy.
yeah, and um, yes, Africa Bambaataa. So many people came out. So many people came out. And the funny thing is that there was a French rapper who talked about it on the radio. Everybody was shocked. He said
Oh, Prince Rock.
Africa Bambaataa liked little boys. He literally
Oh,
said that.
who was that? Who said
Oh
that?
well, you probably won't know it, but it's a French rapper. And I
What?
played the
MC
audio.
Solar? MC
No, it's not
Solar?
him. No, it's not as known as MC Solar, but it's another one. And I don't really understand his name like that because he has associated himself with somebody that promotes the Nation of Islam doctrine, who was actually a member of the Nation of Islam, and who wrote in his own book that he wanted to
bring the Nation of Islam doctrine and adapt it to the French community. So me, I've been the same. Anybody that rolls with people who teach that Africans are living a jungle life and Africans are not civilized, I cannot rock with it. That's me personally. But you said that on the radio,
Right.
and I've played it, I've uploaded it, and the other people, they were rappers, and they were shocked. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
But
I mean, yeah, go ahead.
but that was before the Africa Bambata scandal happened in America. That was before that.
Oh,
So he
right,
was
right.
ultimately, yeah, he was ultimately vindicated. But damn,
Okay.
man. I
I mean,
mean,
they say he was a student of Dr. They say he was a student of Dr. York, right?
well, I don't know if he was a student. Some people will say that he was a Nubian. I think there's a picture of him with the fez and that Nubian symbol, with like a kind of a double ankh. So I wouldn't be
Yeah.
surprised if he was. I think there's a video of him in Tamare. I forgot if it was before or after York was arrested. But Africa Bambata, what many people have said, I heard many people say that he was Muslim because
Okay.
Hassan Campbell talked about many Zulu Nation members who were actually Muslim. And we must remember that Dr. York was a Moor. A lot of people think that Dr. York was Kemetic, but the full name is the United Nubian Nations of Moors.
Oh, right.
So we can see him with the Ankh, yes, indeed. Just like we can see him with the moon crescent and the Star of David. But it's important for people to know that because for a long time, some people are trying to use Dr. York to these Kemetic people, to these followers of Kemet, followers of Ma'at. But once again, a lot of people are not seasoned, so they have been told some stuff and they don't have any get back. Because we have some
Right.
dudes who are weak, who trying to be like representative of the quote unquote Kemetic community. And then you will hear them talking to a 90-year-old man and say, well, what I propose is that we go through against you, but I don't need to say any names. But for the record, yes, Africa Bambata, I'm sorry, not Africa Bambata. Dr. York was a Moor. His organization was an organization of Moors. And actually, there was a situation. Now, I might still have the video online. I forgot if I just addressed it or if I played the excerpt, but there was a Moorish guy, a Moorish elder, and people have stated that he was molesting children. He was molesting boys, actually. You know, and I
Yep.
think I brought that up to another Moorish brother, but I don't want to say his name because I don't want to make a mistake. And I think he said that it was some false accusation. But I will leave it there. But I heard people talking about it, and actually now that I think about it, I wouldn't be surprised if I did not upload it. But at one point I talked about so many issues of rape from the conscious community, and people overall just don't care. And when I say
Yo,
that people
brother.
don't care, I'm like, it looks like for them it's normal. It's cool. Maybe some of them did it. And at some point, I've been thinking that maybe when we're going to start to organize outside of the internet, we might require people to show their criminal records. Now, for anybody that ever raped before, I would say you have the right to leave, but lay low and don't try to be a leader of the community.
But
Because it's
that's what
about
they
look when
do
it's
in jail.
discovered.
Look, when you
Go
go
ahead.
to jail, you got to show your paperwork. And if you have those kind of offenses on your paperwork, it's going to change your trajectory in the prison system. Uh, it's not looked well.
No,
Of
you
course,
you
I've
don't have
never
to
been
show
to
it.
prison myself.
You don't have to show it. The other inmates don't. The only way they know is if you told them, or if maybe the authorities of the prison told them. But um,
They're gonna want to know what you in there for and
yeah, but you can.
what your
People can lie. People can lie. It's gonna say I robbed, whatever. The committed robbery. I mean, what
yeah.
what I'm saying. But
But
but for
I think you're on the right track though. I think you're on the right track. People should show that. You can't allow that behavior inside of any community, really. It's damaging. And the thing about it is that, you know, it looks like the responsibility has been abdicated by the community. You know, just like, oh well, not my responsibility. Oh well,
Mhm.
that's him. That's not me. Oh well,
Yeah.
but these people, they infect others. They come right back to someone. I mean, the reason why it would be your business is because you don't want somebody to harm your family member or your
Mm.
neighbor, or you know. But they're totally abdicating that part of community and just leaving that up to somebody else. You know, and I think that's just pathetic. That's
Yeah,
pathetic. You know,
and I like the point you're making because what I'm showing, and it's not the first time, when you have people scamming, oh, that's not my business. When they hear people lying, it's nothing. Killing, like Malcolm X, oh, it's not my business. And even raping, they don't speak about it. You know what I'm saying? So there's just no limit. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, they want to talk about the information though. I'm not concerned about that. I want to talk about the information. Then they
right?
would accuse you of having something personal against whoever you're addressing that raped. You know. And for those who don't know, I know you heard it, but you know, people come and go when you live stream. I want people to hear that this is Trackfield, the female cat, aka Garfield Reed, who is an author. He's on Amazon. He's been disrespecting followers of Kemet and Ma'at, but yet he hasn't criticized individuals who allegedly sexually abuse children.
Since I've been a part of this conscious community, sexual misconduct has been condemned and vilified almost unanimously. We saw the rise and fall of Dr. York. We had Hebrew-Israelite, the brother by the name of Mighty Hebrew. He was convicted, I think, twice for sexual behavior against minors. He was widely condemned by the Hebrew-Israelite community, but apparently forgiven by the Israelites, because I see him all over the place right now on everybody's channel. Another brother by the name of Nazi Yashavel, another Israelite, also involved in sexual misconduct with a minor. We have no idea where this brother is, but he's been sheltered somewhere by an Israelite group.
And I want to thank Shirley Laria who gave me $5 super chat. Thank you. I'm not like some people who complain about the amount being too low. I ain't saying no names. And feel free to become a member. It's only $3 per month, you know, but I don't mind, you know. I really don't mind. I'm not rejecting it. But that will be cheaper for you, you know, to be a member so you can post all the messages you want, you know. But yeah, V Bennett, you know, all this conscious community, they haven't said a word about what we just heard. And they know those people. They know them. Those people don't debate in in the community.
Yeah, it's sad. I mean, my take on these guys like Dr. York, um, even the Nation of Islam, Morris, you know. So I don't want to blanket too many groups, but groups of the like that came after the feds, you know, COINTELPRO. I mean, I've been thinking about this, or a lot of people have made this observation, like why is it some organizations can thrive with all types of negative behavior, but then others were completely obliterated to with mathematical precision? You know, and my thoughts on it are: if you want to devastate a community, you remove the responsible individuals and you let the irresponsible thrive. They do it for you. You know, and I think that's pretty much what we're seeing, like a sense of lawlessness, if you want to call it that, you know. And you know, Black American community, we know different. I mean, we suffer from some forms of lawlessness. I don't want to say we that messed up, but we have suffered from it because I mean, we have these people that we trust, uh, getting our defenses down, finding ways to get our defenses down, and talking about God, you know. And that's you know, religion has become an excellent way to get someone to lower their defenses, get them to trust you, where you would normally not trust a person you don't know. You wouldn't just
Yeah.
meet a person and just say, look at this person, I'm going to trust them, and just start telling them my life story and just trust that they out to help me. But religion, for some reason, you know, it allows many that misuse it. They misuse it for that reason alone, to get you to put your guard down.
It
You
is a
know,
nice
now
facade.
it's a nice facade, and it works. Sadly, it just seems like it's the one that's going to pay. It's going to pay the bills. If you want to get into somebody's get behind, if you want to get the key to somebody's or get permission to get into someone's psyche, then religion is an easy way to do it. But but Dad, what was this? It was one other thing I was going to say about that. These type of organizations, how they operate. Um, they seem, to me, it seems like they've been turned into more of a plague, like our own people. If you have a weapon, you can have a very strong weapon, but the reality of it is, once that weapon is in your hand, you can use it against someone else, or you could use it against your own people. And I think that's what's happened. The powers. I don't want to get too conspiratorial, but if you wanted to harm our community, you would go to the people that have no shame and ethics and get them to do it. It's easier because they already inside of your community. You know, it's hard to come from the outside. And if you look at how they discuss these things, we have these keywords. The white man. Yeah, we don't let the white man do this. We can't work with the white man. No, 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 no. We can't do that. White man, the enemy. So we have that. But what if the white man, all he got to do is, send some of these guys some money, a couple thousand, 10,000, or give them a pass when their people go to court, or not crack down on them so easily, because your community don't care about your women and children anyway. So why should we shut this mosque down with this? And
Uh,
that's exactly how the things played out. They have
you
they
know,
had people. Oh, go ahead, bro.
mm. No, no, finish your thought.
Oh, yeah, but that's how the situation is played out in the past many times. You got a big organization. The leader has reports of rape, molestation, or these kind of things, messing with minors. Um, but this leader has been uses the rhetoric that the community likes, Black Power.
Yeah,
Anything.
but
Choose
I
whichever
mean,
piece of rhetoric you want, right?
yeah,
And then the
let me.
community and
Yeah,
then the
free brother.
community refuses, the community fights to protect the one that's abusing them.
Well, it reminds me of Karenga. John Henry Clark told us that he mutilated black women, and there's no mention of minors, but here, besides the torture, Dale Jones stated publicly what?
We haven't brought closure to Karinga. We let him build a holiday. The same one who set up Black Panthers in ambushes at UCLA and other places. The same one who tortured his wife and another woman brutally, sticking bottles in their vagina, using electrical shocks. And the FBI saved him.
Now, you mentioned, people committing stuff and getting the past. Now, there was I think Hitch and Huggins and Bunchy Carter, two Black Panther members who were killed, brought their life in front of I don't know how many witnesses. And I've played the audio of Judge Joe Brown, who talked about that, who said that some of his friends were killed by Karenga, meaning his
Right.
organization, you know? So, um, not only John Henry Clark said that Karenga mutilated black women, that he tortured black women, he also said that he was a police informant. But yet we have
Exactly.
someone like Dr. Oya Ma'at, who's going to invite Karenga on her YouTube channel for an interview. And I'm like, for the life of me, I just don't understand the methodology. Then we have all those people who say, well, I don't care what Karenga did. as you're going to celebrate Kwanzaa. Now, if Kwanzaa was a legitimate African celebration, or let's say black celebration, even if it's not just from Africa, it could have been from the Caribbeans. But we come to find out he plagiarized the Jewish holiday Hanukkah. So, for the life of me, I don't get it. But this is established now. Kwanzaa is celebrated by millions of people, just like those belief systems that we call religion are established now. So it's as if it's beyond reproach.
Right. Right, exactly. It is. Kwanzaa is somewhat beyond reproach outside of the fact that the facts are the facts. So, I mean, people can feel free to celebrate as long as they want, but for as long as they celebrate it, they will be rehashing Karenga's history, known history. So that's just on them, you know. But the thing is that at least we know about it. At least it's out there in the air, right? And he seems somewhat neutralized because of how many people have been aware of his behavior and his actions. You know, he kind of ducked and went for hiding, if you could say. I don't know for sure, but he stays out of the spotlight. But you know, currently, you know, like you mentioned, Africa Bambaataa, Zulu Nation. I mean, how can you have such a huge? That is a huge scandal. They say this guy got 2 books. I mean, that this guy Pappy says it, but there's other people that corroborate it. They say he has 2 books filled with little boys in it that he took pictures of naked. And you can only I mean, I'm a thinking man, right? So I'm thinking Zulu Nation is entertainment industry. They doing music. And I'm thinking, okay, so that's how they make their money. So they obviously promote rappers, try to make careers. And I just can't help to think that there's got to be so many people in a book like that that would be afraid to speak out just because
You
there's
know, I never
pictures.
thought of that. I never thought of that. So maybe some of the
Oh, yeah.
rappers that we're used to hearing, maybe they are in the book indeed naked. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, I mean, I would have to believe so. And then when you look at the vigor that KRS put up in defense of African Bambaataa, I mean, he really
I'm
put the
glad you mentioned
spotlight
that.
on him.
I'm glad you mentioned that because I was so disappointed. Because I remember, um, if I'm not mistaken, it was on Drink Champs with Nori and the other people, right? But
Uh, I'm
he
not
he
sure which
he
show,
he
right?
he was some. Yes, he was that. I remember now. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna show the excerpt. I'm gonna look for it
Yeah, do
because
that.
his answer was, "I don't give a f."
Yes.
Because
No, and
Nori
then
asked him, "How do we respond to that? You know, how do we respond to that?"
Shaka,
So
his
yes, go ahead.
his second answer was even more revealing. See, the thing about it is that what I think a lot of people aren't aware of is that there's psychoanalysts out there examining every select choice of word and phraseology in KRS's responses, right? So I'm just saying, to me, I think that there's even something under the rug with that temple of hip hop because why? I mean, the pattern is there. You have a school, it's called a temple. Look, to get inside of it, you have one leader that approves of you, right? And you're getting young people, young people. See, the young people, they don't think like us. They're very naive. The first thing they see is rapper, he's talking about injustice, or he's so cool, you know, he's down with hip hop and the breakdancers, he's the original. You know, this is how young people approach the temple of hip hop. And he said it himself. He said that the leaders have to be infallible. That's what he said. So that basically, to me, it sounds like he was sending a message to people under his school, like, you're not supposed to talk about stuff like this. Like, you know, to me, that seemed like his main purpose was to say, you don't talk about that. That's not really, you know, to me, it seemed like they hiding something, bro. And I'm thinking, and when you have behavior like that go on unchecked for so long, unchecked, there just has to be so many people not willing to speak, you know. And again, it's for self-interest when you don't speak. You say this happens to me, but I'm not going to speak because if I speak, it's going to harm me. Instead of saying this happened to me So if I speak, I can save someone else from it happening too. And I say the same thing about women too when they deal with this topic. If you think somebody raped you, right, then don't wait. Speak up. Don't wait 20 years. Don't wait 30 years. Speak up, because you might be thinking, if I speak up, I won't have a job. Or if I speak up, I won't be down. I won't be in the clique. You might think that way. But the truth is, if you don't speak up, you're not saving somebody else that's being hurt. That's the reality. And our community has had a lot of not saving people from being hurt. You know, I rest there.
And yeah, I mean, there's a delicate situation is with Megan Thee Stallion. It wasn't about rape, but some people feel like Tory Lanez is innocent. Um, but a lot of people, went at Megan, criticize her, so they might see her like some sort of snitch. But probably there will be an appeal, so we might have more info on that. But I did not find the video, which is a good thing because I probably would have gotten a strike or a copyright claim. So I have the audio here. This is KRS-One when he was asked about the situation with Africa Bambata, and we will hear Nori asking him the question, "How do we respond to that?" And you will hear the response of Africa Bambata. So I'm just going to mute my mic to play it. I made a mistake. I said we're going to hear the response of Africa Bambata. We're going to hear the response of KRS-One. So.
And so I have to ask this question, with that being said, with the name being, like, how is hip hop supposed to respond to the Bambata? Like, how are we supposed to do that?
What angle you want to take it from?
I just don't know. That's why it's a generic question. What should we do? Because you being our father,
sure.
Whatever you say, I have to move accordance to it.
Well, first of all, controversy is not truth. What you want is truth right now. You want truth. Right. But truth is also not information. It's not gossip. It's not even conversation. For me, if you keep it hip hop, nothing could be taken away from Africa Bambaata's contribution. Nothing. Just keep it hip hop.
Right.
But if you want to dig into dude's personal life and the accusations that's being made and so on, me personally, I don't give a fuck.
Right.
Personally.
Right.
Look.
So people are free to listen to the rest because they might say, well, that's taken out of context. He doesn't like our culture. You have the link here. KRS-One on Africa Bambaataa molestation scandal. And he says, I don't give a F. And you have the link there. You are free to just listen to it. Some of you may find the video. Yes.
Oh, sorry, Shock. I got carried away,
okay.
but I was
no, it's
talking
okay.
to my son.
Feel free. Go ahead, brother. Feel free.
But
feel
listen,
free, brother.
this thing, if you just listen to this, what KRS's response, even there, I'm sorry. I'm just saying my opinion. I hear a guilty man hiding something. And not just hiding something small, hiding almost like he's afraid himself. Like everything rides on this. That's what I hear. When I hear his comment, the way he deals with it, it's very manipulative. He says, well, which way you want to come at it? Which way is it? How many ways can you come at this? What are you talking about? It's rape, man. You can't, there's not multiple ways to come at it. It's really one way. People are saying African Bambaataa did this to numerous people. And what's your take on it? It's either I'm in support of it or I'm not in support of it. If he did it, he's wrong. He needs to be prosecuted for it, and the victims need help. KRS ain't saying nothing like that in his comment. But the thing is that also Nori, when you hear his language, he says, "What are we supposed to do with you? You are a father." Man, a grown man calling another man his father?
I think it's a mark of respect because KRS-One has been there for a long time, and he's when we talk about hip hop, he's one of the main figures because, like you said, he has the temple of hip hop. But
the language, your father,
yeah, I
that's
know what you mean. to me that was a form of respect, Now I wouldn't say that, is guilty. Some people may argue that actually, Star Trojan, I forgot the other name. Um, he
Troy
talked about
Terrain.
this. Yes,
Yeah,
Troy.
yeah, Star.
Yeah,
Yeah. Troy
yeah.
Terrain. Yeah. Yeah.
He spoke on that, and he talked about the song. The song, is it what 15 and good? And
Oh,
apparently in the song,
exactly.
yeah, apparently in the
13 and
song,
good.
yeah, 13 and good. Yeah, he talks about him being young in the street, and I mean, Star's trying to imply that maybe something happened to him, you know. But what I can say is that
Yep.
in the response of KRS-One, he kind of flipped it, talking about, well, if we're talking about the guy's personal life, and this is a number one thing that those people are doing, the Walker Squad headed by Trockfield, that's what they are doing now when we talk about the couple of millions of dollars that he spoke about publicly, or the bachelor's degree in history that he spoke about publicly, you know. And even if we're going to talk
Right.
about the scamming accusation that people spoke about publicly, he even talked about the accusation of scamming publicly on Doggy Diamonds. But
Right.
if we talk about it, we get into his personal business. So
Right.
we
But it's
discuss
not
his
personal business.
community. Come again?
It's not personal business. Come on. I mean, these guys are flipping it around. On one hand, they say community. Well, if it's your community you're fighting for, it's your business. Stuff like this is your business, man. This is community business. So how can they flip into community, but it's not personal? So that's his personal business. But we're a community again, everybody. But no, that's his personal business. But everybody come together for community again. It's like, which one is it, man? It look,
When Jabari allegedly hears a voice or allegedly speaks to a mommy, but let's say when Jabari hears a voice, that's our business. They speak on that. But when people rape
right.
children or accused of raping children, that is no longer our business. When people scam, it's no longer our business. I mean, and some people take advantage of that because they have realized that, look, I can talk that black talk, and that's a badge of honor. That's a shield. People cannot attack me because I'm fighting for the struggle. So if they are attacking me, they are attacking the struggle. And that's how the gullible people, I mean, you can get them to bend over and get smacked in the booty, or even worse. I mean, if they do that in fraternities, what can they do within the so-called conscious community? It's crazy, man.
Right. It's
It's crazy.
manipulation because it's
Yeah,
one individuals are not the struggle, and that's just the thing
exactly.
about the struggle is the struggle. You're not supposed to fight to protect people. You're fighting together with people for the struggle. And the moment you see your comrade is falling and doing something unethical, you got to let them know, yo, you got to stand down, step back, and get back, like, and
And,
deal with that quick.
and,
And if you
and,
don't deal with it, it have to be some sort of serious consequence. Like, and I don't really know what the consequence is going to be, but I just got to tell you how I would deal with it. As a man myself, if I find out you doing anything to any kid, well, even adult, it ain't even got to be kid, adult, just foul stuff. Hey, man, that's going to be a problem, especially the closer it gets to me, because that behavior, if you allow it, it makes you look bad too. It
but
makes you look bad.
yeah, but one thing about what you said is that when KRS-One started responding, he said, first of all, we cannot take anything away. So with Kwanzaa, I hear the same thing. You know, when people
Oh,
want
right.
to highlight the good things that a person did, but we're talking about something that's foul. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, the other thing,
You know what? Oh, go ahead.
hold on,
Keep
hold on,
going.
hold on,
Keep going,
hold that
man.
thought.
Yeah.
Africa
Yeah.
Bambata tried it on adults as well. He got knocked out. You know what I'm saying? Some people spoke about that. He tried to
Right.
hit some
Right.
moves, and there was an issue where people said that he was stabbed. There was even
Yeah.
some reports about somebody being stabbed in Brazil or something like that. So,
Yes.
but feel free to continue.
Yes. Oh, and you know what? I'm not saying that's what somebody should do, but what I'm saying is that that would be when you're dealing with foul behavior, because it's foul behavior. You don't necessarily control how you react. You see what I mean? And when you go to work every day and fight to provide for your family, put a roof over their shoulders, feed your kids, and things like that, you get very short about dealing with silly stuff. You know what I'm saying? And this type of thing is the type of thing people need to have a short tolerance for. But instead, these people we see, and I don't want to say it's the whole black community. I will say the people that are around these people in the communities where these people live and made their lives. You know, they've developed a tolerance for this kind of behavior. But all black communities haven't developed no tolerance for that, man. I mean, it's some communities where you're gonna lose your life for real doing that. Now, and I, for the life of me, I just couldn't figure out, because I'm from DC, right? For the life of me, I always looked up to rap, not looked up to it, but respected rap, respected New York for the culture. DC, we got our own culture, go, things like that. It's somewhat related, but I looked up to New York. But when I saw this thing go down, you know what? The bottom line is that, yo, I ain't from New York. You know what I'm saying? And if New York want to have a reputation like that, if they, that's the reputation New York has right now. New York has that reputation. Those guys on that panel, they have that reputation now. And see, they don't realize they have the reputation because how they handled it. They made excuses for it. That's why you have that reputation. So they don't see that. They may not see it right now because maybe they can get some money or they can do some business. But actually, it's looking real bad. It's looking real bad.
You know, there was a video. I think I uploaded it then, but unfortunately, people, might know by now all the flagging that I went through and all the accounts and the thousands of subscribers that I've lost. When the Africa Bambata scandal came out, some members of the Zulu Nation, one thing that people might not know is that the Zulu Nation had a lot of people, gangsters, were really deep and feared in the street. And that's one of the reasons why Bambata
Yeah.
was able to, yeah, you see?
But you know
So,
what? That
mhm,
is one of the reasons. That's one of the
yes,
reasons.
yes,
That's definitely one of the reasons. And a lot of people cower to that. But
yes,
when you go to the pen, when you go to the pen, right? Everybody is not cowering to these kind of gangsters. You see what I mean? And more people need
yeah,
to realize this. Everybody is not, these guys that's rolling with Bambaataa, they gangsters. Some of them are gangsters. Some of them are cool people. Some of them might be
mhm,
good people. Some are
yeah,
right, but listen. But the reality of it is that you know gangsters, they just people too. You
yeah,
see what I mean? And
yeah,
every city got loads of gangsters.
yeah,
That kind of behavior, when you start
mm,
rolling with that kind of behavior, yo,
mhm,
that's behavior that can't be hidden. That's not
mhm,
going to be protected by gangsterism. They
mhm,
can fool people and make it seem like it can be protected, but that's just projected. They can't. Gangsterism cannot protect that. They
mhm.
can't
But
protect it. They're not safe no more with
yeah,
that
it
kind
depends
of
who they're
stuff.
dealing with. If they're dealing with some squares, then ultimately, I mean, now we have a conscious community. People are scared to question some people scamming and claiming to have credentials and stuff like that. So can you imagine if they're dealing with some? I mean, we're dealing with a filming cat in this instance. Can you imagine if they are dealing with gangsters? Some people in the conscious community, somebody just has to raise his voice and that's it. They switch, they change their stance. But some people may say that it goes even way before the Zulu Nation because there's a black space, right? The gang that Afrika Mbata was a member of or a leader of, and there's some rumors that as some sort of punishment to their enemies, they used to, do some stuff. Now, those are rumors, but
Right.
there was a video.
It could be.
Yeah, there was a video where members like elders of the Zulu Nation were speaking out. There were a few of them, and there was a sister, and she was talking to Papi, known as Hassan Campbell.
Hmm.
Campbell.
Yeah,
And she
Hassan.
was telling me, I'm sorry what you went through. I didn't know about that. I'm saying she was like, giving words of love, appreciation. And, she was, and then one guy started talking and said, well, and people made fun of him because he kept saying, and, the S bomb, the S word, every two words he
Hmm.
would say, So it's like, yeah, when we was growing up, when we was growing up, no, Puni didn't have no age. Now I say Puni is Puss, you know what, He says when we were growing up, Puni didn't have no age. You know what I'm saying? And
Right.
and he kept going. It's like it was so embarrassing, man. And the people started leaving the the
Absolutely.
area, getting away from him because he kept talking, kept talking. He was basically saying, when we was growing up, the you know, the P didn't have no age. And they're like, man, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, I just want to say that. But you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna continue with the video. So feel free to stay if you have time, okay?
Yeah, yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
bro.
So I'm gonna read the comments so far and then I will continue with the video. So Obi-Wan Kenobi has joined us and he wrote Hotep Sen. You see? May I ask who you learned the middle nature with? If it's with a person and if it's with some books, then which books it was. Now Amun Minra wrote that Garfield says Kemet is dead. I mean, Trackfield, I'm not even paying attention to the homie. And it's funny to me that he would say Kemet is dead. Maybe he's looking for attention, but if it wasn't for Sanetta, at this point, he will no longer exist online, except on his channel with his groupie cheerleaders. You know what I'm saying? He embarrassed himself and his team, and now he's trying to survive. He's in ICU right now. Big T wrote that's a secret within the black community. These evil individuals work within the so-called conscious community. And she said, V. Bennett, right, bro. A lot of us are embarrassed about being raped or molested, even women. Bam is a terrible person. Believe it or not, V. Bennett, DC and New Orleans, I live in what? I live in the NO, that's New Orleans, I believe, have a reputation of homo thugs. Well,
You know what they talk about right there? Here we go. He talking about he's talking about, in the federal penitentiary, one of the stronger, or they say the strongest black group, or that people point to a lot, is the DC blacks, right? That it's a gang. And the reality of it is that the laws created that gang the way it works. DC's not a state technically. So any type of serious crime, you go to the feds. Even if in another state it would just be a state crime, they would go to the state pen, right? So it's a lot of DC dudes are in the federal pen, right? Now, people make jokes about that, but anybody knows, if you really know people that've been to the pen, man, people's getting raped, and it ain't a DC thing. It's happening all over. Now, if you come across, there are some gay dudes in DC that are thugs, and you got some gay ones in every city that are thugs. You see, I mean, that's the reality of it. And rape is happening in the penitentiary, but it ain't a DC thing. That's for sure. It's definitely not a DC thing. I mean, they got rules, and in the federal pen, that's not looked highly upon. You see, there might be instances where things like that are happening, but you're risking your life jumping on somebody like that too at the same time. So, there's also homosexuality in prison where there's just gay men, men that's gay, men that, and I mean, that's how it is. But I hear you. I'm not trying to, I didn't make that comment to try to belittle New York, to make it seem like that's going on. But it was just my comment when Shaka was saying people are scared because these people are linked up with thugs that protect them. What I'm saying is that no, man, this is today, man. Anybody got a gun, they're getting guns from everywhere. I mean, the kids, little kids, is killing today for almost anything. This would be one of those things somebody would lose their life over. So let's just make it clear: raping little kids is something you can lose your life over, and nobody's going to cry if you do. You see what I mean? People are going to spit on you afterwards. You see, that's the type of behavior that is. And that's what young people need to be told today. You ain't got to put up with that. And anybody that's protecting somebody like that is a sucker. Straight up. Don't follow that person. That person is not tough. That person is just corrupted. You see what I mean? And looking for the reason why they call it rape is because it's usually trying to take advantage of a person weaker than you that can't defend themselves. So that tells you the character of the person that's doing it is a weak character person in the first place. So you can't associate yourself with that behavior. It's just got to be rejected. And the fact that there's people in the conscious community that just can't speak out thoroughly on it and leave it that plain, that's the bad part, because it's sending a message over the airways that it can be tolerated, that it should be tolerated. And believe it or not, every community is not tolerating it, and folks just need to know that every community is not tolerating it. And New York has a reputation; it's an entertainment reputation. You've been hearing about the gay mafia and the gay rap mafia for decades. That's been a thing. Why do you think that's been a thing? What you think they're doing with it? And again, it's in my mind, it's not just about the raping thing. I mean, the thing with Bambaataa, it could be like blackmail. Anybody to get those books with those pictures of anybody working in the industry, uh, anybody that's an entertainer, a manager, executive, anybody that's been associated with those pictures, they could easily be blackmailed. I mean, what would you do with those pictures? Come on. You know what I'm saying? And so I
It
think
might be
it's
just souvenir, you know. It might be just souvenirs. But yeah,
yeah, yeah, for somebody, yeah.
it could be used for blackmail. But you know, those are things that we might never really get to know about. It's
You
probably been
might never
destroyed now
know.
ever since the scandal.
Right.
But you see, the funny thing is that here you have that same guy who says Kemet is dead. It's the same guy who told us about people convicted for sexual misconduct with children, and it's the same guy who is in contact, his communication with one of them, the guy who was convicted twice allegedly. You know what I'm saying? So it's just so funny that he will spend that energy talking smack about Kemet, but the same people who allegedly were convicted twice for sexual misconduct with children, he's in contact with. You know what I'm saying? And we're supposed to listen to dudes like that. But you know,
Mm.
here Obi-Wan Kenobi wrote, I've been learning on my own using what I found via internet. That text corpus smash showed me helps a lot too when I'm trying to transliterate and translate. Well, that's the book that I recommend to for the middle nature. I think it's a great beginner's book that is. And for those who don't know, I'm giving middle nature classes. So for those who are interested, it's $10 per class. But that book here is Bill Manley, by the way. I forgot to say the author. Bill Manley. No, that's a problem. Yeah, there it is. Bill Manley. And it's called an Egyptian Hieroglyphs for Complete Beginners. I think it is really great for beginners.
How much that book cost?
I don't have the price behind, but I think it's probably $20 something. I don't think it's expensive. I can
Yeah,
have a
that
quick
looks like
look
a
on.
nice one.
I can have a look on Amazon right now, but yo, Manley, Amazon. So I'll go to Amazon US. $16.
Yeah, that's cheap.
$16.
$16. That's a good price. That's fair,
Yeah.
man.
Yeah.
How many pages is it? Look like over 200 pages, maybe 300 pages.
Oh no, it's less. It's in total it's 160 pages.
160. Ah, okay. It's a big book.
But
Ah,
that's a
okay, yeah.
beginner's book, you know. That's a beginner's book, you know. Because then you have you have Galina, for example, which is probably like 800 pages, and oh no, it's 600 pages, and then you have James P. Allen's book Middle Egyptian, which is a how many pages is it? Hold on. James P. Allen, I think it might be more pages. Oh, never mind. But hold on. Oh, I can look on Amazon.
You know, the other thing that I've been observing, right, with the conscious community, so-called conscious community, right? Where are the women? It's like that
But
to
they're
me.
fleeing. You know, all these weak dudes
That's what I'm
who
saying.
are in contact with people who molest children. I understand that they will flee. You know, so it's like
They
450 pages apparently. So yeah, 450 pages. Well, 6010. It depends on the edition, but the third edition has 600 pages. But yeah, I'm not surprised. And sisters, for the sisters who are not cool with rapists and pedophiles, because some sisters also defend and protect them as well. You know what I'm saying? And some women do molest children as well. You know, and some women do
Right.
rape adult women as well. There's some cases also some women have raped men as well. You know, but
Right.
it is clear, and it's been lasting for years. And that's one of the reasons why I had a lot of problems, a lot of issues with the French Pan Africans, with the French speaking Pan Africans, because they're also, and I said that many times, they have been defending rapists and pedophiles. I mean, pedophiles, how you pronounce it. Yes, they have been doing that. You know, like I said,
Oh, definitely.
there's that organization headed by a PhD who wrote a book about Kwanzaa. They gave a trophy to a serial rapist. You know, I mean, anyway, I'm just gonna leave it there. So let me just continue with the video. Okay.
If y'all got a chance to be on your own land, like the pale Jews is trying to do,
It's not going to happen.
It's not
because
gonna happen.
What? The Israelite women are going to come freely to the men.
That's right. That's right.
We're going to have to beat them off with a baseball bat. You know what I'm saying?
Now here it was smart because the question was, if you had your own land, you know what I'm saying? Then what was he supposed to say? It's gonna be easy to say, well, if we have our own land, then we're just gonna go in, But anyway.
Now that day obviously hasn't come yet. So what we're gonna do is talk about.
Wait a minute. Isaiah, what's that? Isaiah 4:1.
Do that, man.
Isaiah 4:1.
Yeah.
It was the Africans that raped
I gotta
Daniel.
read that. I gotta read that.
You know?
You missed the whole point. You missed the whole point.
Listen, let's
Come back to
the
the
scripture speak.
Israelites.
Let's let the scripture speak. Isaiah 4:1. And in that day, to back up the elder, and in that day 7 women shall take hold of one man, saying, we will eat.
7 means completion.
Completion.
1,000 women.
Right.
Case in point, King Solomon had 1,000 women. He had listen.
Now, sounds similar to what he said about the Muslims. The 72 virgins, the Houthi. Some linguists think that actually the word means grape or something like that. But did you get the passage that he talked about? So I'd like to have a look at it. Let's try to find out which verse it is.
It obviously hasn't come yet. So what we're gonna do is talk about.
Wait a minute. Isaiah, what's that? Isaiah 4:1.
Do that, man.
Isaiah.
It sounds like Isaiah 4:1. Let me have a look. What is this thing?
Yeah, play it back one more time.
Yes, I will.
You know what I'm saying?
Now that day obviously hasn't come yet. So what we're gonna do is talk about.
Wait a minute. Isaiah, what's that? Isaiah 4:1.
Do that, man.
Isaiah 4:1.
Yeah.
It was the Africans that raped.
Sounds like it says
4 and 1.
Yeah, 4 and 1. Well, it probably means chapter 4 verse 1. Yeah, there it is. So I'm going to share it for the benefit of the court, so that the jury can have the evidence in front of them. So here you have it. Let's have a look. What is this? What's going on here? Isaiah 4, chapter 4, verse 1. In that day, 7 women will take hold of one man and say, we will eat our own food and provide our own clothes. Only let us be called by your name. Take away our disgrace. Interesting. I want to see the different translations. That gives motivation, those guys who think that they got full English translation. Those guys who never got any, and they think they're gonna have 72. You know what I'm saying? And 7 is not bad. It looks like with Islam they just up the ante. It's like, okay, those guys they have 7, we're gonna have 72. So let's have a look. So for the benefit of the court, I'm going to share the link to all the translations. I want to check that the link does work. Yes, it does. So here, brothers and sisters, we might see what motivates the Black Hebrew Israelites. Well, not just black Hebrew Israelites, that's the Bible at the end of the day. But anyway, KJ 21, and in that day 7 women shall take hold of one man. ASV, and 7 women shall take hold of one man in that day. AMP, and in that day 7 women will say, oh, you know what? I don't even need to read the whole thing like I did earlier. You know what I'm saying? It's clear according to the Bible that 7 women will basically be with one dude, you know. But let's continue with that video. It's funny how these brothers first start talking about, you know, rape is acceptable because it's in the scriptures and we cannot go against the scriptures. And then they talk about the movie, The Matrix, Neo. Then they talk about 7 women. I mean, you know.
Exactly.
You know?
You missed the whole point. You missed the whole.
Listen, let's let the scripture speak. Let's let the scripture speak. Isaiah 4:1. And in that day, to back up the elder, and in that day 7 women shall take hold of one man, saying we will eat.
7 means
completion.
1,000 women.
Right.
Case in point, King Solomon had 1,000 women. He had listen. He had 700 wives and 300 concubines. You know what a concubine is? A woman that you just go and do your business and keep it moving. All right.
Yeah, so this is the day that's fast approaching, and in that day 7 women, which the brother explained it, 7 women shall take hold of one man. One man.
I don't know if you caught it, but he said this is the days of. Let's listen. He says that these days are approaching.
This is the day that's fast.
Actually, he says
Right.
fast approaching. So you know that zeal that they have in the street. Read, and the Lord says 7 women shall go into war. They're motivated, man. They think that they're gonna have 7 women at least. I ain't talking about the concubines because you heard the figures with Solomon, you know.
But how does a person read these comments? You know, a person, let's say a young lady or a woman. How does a woman read these comments when she stops on the corner and hears them, reading about these specific passages? I mean, what is a woman supposed to take away from this, or any person?
I don't know, but the Hebrews were like women. They are very submissive, you know. They go through all that. Some people have missed it, but Polite played a testimony of Captain Tozayak's ex-wife, and it was quite damaging. I think it's no longer online. Maybe it is still online, you know. But the things they go through, man. Some people have spoken out about it. Some even wrote some book about it. But once they are no longer Hebrew Israelites, many of them are some sort of feminists. They're very disrespectful towards. Amun Minrad has jokes. Yeah, quite disrespectful towards, not just Kemetic people, but men in general. And it's strange, but that's one thing that I've noticed with the so-called conscious community. A lot of those women, they come out of, Islam, so they were very submissive. They come out of Judaism, they were very submissive. They come out of Christianity, where I think it's Paul who says that. Let me play. Just some people might not know about that, but we're going to see what Paul had to say. Okay, so I'm going to go. Need to open a new tab. There it is. Let's see what Paul said, because those sisters, once they leave those way of life, those doctrine, they are very, very, very feminist, very independent, very combative. Hold on. There it is. 1 Corinthians. Oh, for the benefit of the course, I'm going to share that link also. There we go. You have it in the chat. So 1 Corinthians 11:3. But I would have you know that the head of every man is Christ, and the head of the woman is the man, and the head of Christ is God. Now, later on, this is what it says in the Bible. That's Paul. Paul. As in all the congregations of the saints, women should remain silent in the churches. They are not allowed to speak, but must be in submission, as the law says. If they want to inquire about something, they should ask their own husbands at home. For it is disgraceful for a woman to speak in the church. Now, we don't hear those women say, oh, Paul was misogynistic. Paul was a chauvinist. You know what I'm saying? And then what else do we have? 1 Timothy chapter 2, verse 11 to 14. Let the woman learn in silence with all subjection. But I suffer not a woman to teach, nor to usurp authority over the man, but to be in silence. For Adam was first formed, then Eve. And Adam was not deceived, but the woman, being deceived, was in the transgression. He also says in 1 Timothy chapter 2, verse 9, I also want women to dress modestly with decency and propriety, not with braided hair or gold or pearls or expensive clothes. So even Christians don't even follow the Bible, because we have female pastors. Even in the church as well, you don't have female pastors. Females don't remain silent. In many churches, they do speak. They don't wait to ask their husband at home. And some of them don't dress modestly, or let's say without expensive clothes. We have women who have braided hair, but here says not with braided hair. We have plenty of women who have gold on them, whether it's necklace, whether it is bracelets or earrings. So they don't even follow it. But I was just in passing. So let me go back to the video here.
Women, which the brother explained it. 7 women shall take hold of one man. One man.
Yes.
All right. Saying we will eat our own bread, meaning they're gonna cook.
You don't gotta pay rent. You don't gotta do
Now you see the deep shit about this is that it caters a lot to men. What do women get out of it? Just to get raped?
You know, there's a video online where a woman is asking an imam, well, men will get 72 virgins. Now, this is not in the Quran, this is in some hadith. Let me double check actually. Well, they are mentioned in the Quran, but I'm not sure if in the Quran it says that they will have 72. But they are mentioned in the Quran. So the woman asked the Imam, well, they're going to get 72 virgins. What about us? Then the Imam went on to, some explanation. I thought it was quite fanciful, but I would have to show it to you, because if you don't hear it from, you wouldn't believe it. But here we have this comment there by our sister Michelle Grant, who wrote, concept is very close to Trump's idea of grab them by the pee. Is that a Bible thing or misogyny? I remember when Trump was running for elections, and that tape was released where he said you got to grab them by the. I thought he was just going to lose, that it would be a landslide loss, and to my surprise, he won the elections. Let's continue.
What do they get out of it?
Polite said, hold on. Look. Polite said the black woman is God, though.
That's right. So she ain't about to
and he
get
can
raped
prove
by
it
no
to you in your
Israelite.
Bible, but we ain't gonna go there.
You know what?
But that black woman is God, and no God,
How do you figure?
no culture, no community is about to accept that God would have been all right with a woman being raped.
How do you figure that?
That's your mind. That's your mind.
Not my mind.
That was my mind.
That's my father.
You heard. He said, no, let's play it again. No God in their right mind would accept a woman being raped. Isn't that what he said? And what's the response? That's in your mind.
He's about to accept God, and no God,
How do you figure?
no culture, no community is about to accept that God would have been all right with a woman being raped.
How do you figure that?
That's your mind. That's your
Not
mind.
my mind.
That was my mind.
That's my father.
That's your.
That's my being a
I
husband.
thought the same
That's my
thing.
being a man.
I thought the same thing.
A man, a husband, and a father wouldn't condone no doctrine that say.
He says that's your mind. What do they talk about when they are with one another? If they are that bold in the street publicly, what do they say when they are with each other? No, that's your mind. He even says, I thought like this. So before, that's the way he thought. But once he hooked up with his fellow Hebrews or like brothers, he changed his stance, didn't he?
Yep.
At 12 years old or any age, that is permissible for someone to be raped.
Don't give me judges. What is it? Judges 19.
No sane man is going to accept the doctrine at this point. You see, they said I was intelligent, but the truth is not with me.
And as he's saying, no sane man is going to accept this doctrine. And somebody keeps saying, according to who? According to who? I'm like, dang.
But this shit just got insane. Now I let them pass with the fish that ate a whole nigga. I let them pass with that shit. But you ain't getting the rape pass, man.
After his head is opened up, he gonna be flying, man. It's like Neo.
That's right. That's right. Neo.
Let me ask you a question, brother. Let me keeps going. We have to ask you a question. How many of your fathers here? Just be for real. If you're a father.
What did he say? After the gate's going to be open, it's going to be flying. Is that a metaphor to once we will get our stuff together, like you will like it? I mean, dang.
Flying, man. It's like
getting the rape pass, man.
After his head is opened up, he gonna be flying, man. It's like Neo.
No, it says after this heaven is opened up, he gonna be flying just like Neo. Okay.
Let me ask you a question, brother. Let me keeps going. We have to ask you a question. How many of your fathers here? Just be for real. If you're a father. Now, what if someone is overwhelmed by the spirit of the Most High God, and he reads your scripture and he take your daughter and he just raped your daughter? What do you say to that? If he live like you live, walk like you walk, talk like you talk, because y'all live amongst each other.
Yeah.
Y'all live amongst each other. So what happens when one of y'all feels so overwhelmed by the spirit of God that when you see one of each other's daughters, you just grab her up? You gonna tell one of these brothers here, come on, you know the doctrine. You know how we get when you get.
Well, answer it.
We just told you that.
How would y'all respond?
In this time,
that was
But if it did happen, but if it did happen, you would allow it to happen. Why? Because you go back to the scriptures.
Damn.
I didn't say. I didn't say. Where's the cautious community? If I said, well, I don't want to be down, I don't want to be. Je suis occupé, mais ne commence pas là. If I say I don't want to be down with people who have that doctrine, they're gonna say, oh, he's being divisive. Yeah, feel free.
Check this out, Shaka. But also, with the thing is just so obvious is that would be the obvious. If a person was a rapist, wouldn't you want it that way? Wouldn't that be your answer?
Well,
if it happens, you make right back to the
because we don't have their mindset. We don't have their mindset. They're not too focused about that horrible stuff happening to their daughters. They're more focused about them being allowed to do it to other people's daughters.
But look, even deeper, because look, this man right here, the light-skinned brother on the right with the afro, he knows. The elder, he knows that he wouldn't want this to happen to him or his child. But so I'm gonna start there. I believe he knows that, right? But the thing is that he's in a situation where he has to answer this way. Now, this is what I'm saying.
He doesn't want to go against the scriptures.
Or what if he did it himself? What if he has done that? Then you would obviously
I did not think about that. Yeah, I did not even think about that.
See, because it's nobody. I mean, even sure, there are people out there that do this to other people, right? That do this. But even a lot of them, if you ask them, what if it happened to your child? That's where they would be like, yeah, They would say something. They would understand that a little bit. But this man skipped right past that, no problem. So why would he be able to skip right past that, no problem? You see what I'm saying? And go, you just follow the scripture. You just follow the scripture. I mean, he's to me, it looked like he's afraid because maybe, He's been involved in things like that. Now, I don't know myself, but I'm just saying if I follow if what I see when I hear him, it sounds to me like it's got to be that because who else would be so desperate to say cover it up, accept it?
Well, you know, I won't put that on him, but I understand what you're saying, and it reminds me of the rape as a war weapon in some
Yeah,
African
exactly.
parts. Some people do that, and one person was being interviewed. Um, I think he had his face covered, you know, and he's saying that he does it. He says that's war. That's a war weapon. And the journalist asked him, okay, I'm even wondering if the guy had his face covered. And the person asked, you know, what if it was done to your sister? He said, well, you know, I think he said something like, well, you know, I would be, I wouldn't be happy about it, but that's what we do. Like, I mean, I'm paraphrasing, but basically, because he does it, of course, if it happens to his sister, then it's like, yeah, it's like he doesn't wish that on her, but hey, that's what we do, you know. But I don't
Right.
have the video because that was years back, you know what I'm saying? And but
But this
I don't
man, he didn't
remember.
even
I don't
express that.
remember. Yeah, I don't remember sharing that video though. You know, I've shared many videos, but that one, no, no, c'est pas possible. I remember sharing many videos, but not that one. But it's just deep. And you see here, the Pharisees wrote, "Didn't God destroy Sodom for such crimes and events? What have we learned, if anything? According to the Bible, Sodom was destroyed because of the homosexual activity. You understand? It's different, sister. It's, those guys, man. I mean, but anyway, the video is almost over, so I'm gonna play it.
You're supposed to be a brother.
Hold on. You gonna allow one
Now, one guy added, "You're supposed to be a brother." Let me put it back.
of these brothers here? Come on, you know the doctrine. You know how we get when you get.
Well, answer it.
We just told you that.
How would y'all respond?
In this time,
We're not gonna let that
was
But
an
if it did happen,
Hold on.
but if it did happen, you would allow it to happen. Why? Because you go back to the scriptures.
You're supposed to be a brother.
Hold on.
You gotta pay.
You're supposed to
Terrible.
be a brother. Sounds like the conscious community. That's my brother.
Terrible.
I support him. But somebody paid money to someone who was not a brother to go against his brother. But I don't say any names. Let's continue.
You gonna allow one of your brothers to rape your daughter?
You say rape as if rape simply means to grab.
That one is a quotable, you know. In the Source magazine, you had hip hop quotable. He said, "You're saying rape as if rape simply means to grab."
Exactly.
I mean, you have to hear it to believe it. If I didn't show that, I'm sure people would not have believed me. You have to.
Yo,
That's the
Shaka.
conscious community. Yeah, go ahead, brother.
Yo, brother. I hate stopping you every time because I know you're going somewhere. But I don't want you to miss this because it popped in my mind. Did you see the movie History X
Yes, I have.
or
Yes.
American X?
American
It's
history.
either
Yes, I've seen
History
it.
X or right. Yeah, American History X. Now this young white man, he was with this hate group. He was with the hate,
Yeah,
and
they
he
raped
always
him.
looked up to these types. He
Yeah.
looked up to them. He was
Yeah.
doing it all. He was happy to go there. And then in the end, it was the ones that he thought they respected him, and then he found out it was actually them that's going to do it to him. And I think I'm gonna tell young black men that are considering these groups, you should pay attention to that movie American History X and just try to put it in the context of this because they're giving you all these excuses. But what if you find out one of them raped you? You've been sitting there listening to them make excuses about rape. They making rape real good excuses about rape. They got the Bible quotes. They got all the rationale, the translations. They're going to go back to the Hebrew text to tell you how rape is and what it's all about. And what if it turns out that you the target? What you going to do then? You going to tell somebody? You going to speak up?
Yeah. Are you? In American History X, the guy, the guy's father was a fireman, and he was killed, I think, by some black people. But one thing we found out later on through the movie is that his father was prejudiced against black people or racist. So maybe when he went, actually, he went to intervene and he got killed. But who knows what he might have said. So the guy becomes a white supremacist. He was not first. He had a black teacher that he liked a lot. And in the flashback, he talks about his black teacher that he loves and appreciates. Then his father basically tells him, look out. But I'm really paraphrasing. So the guy becomes a white supremacist. And it's Ed Norton, I think, Edward Norton. And he goes to jail because he killed the black guy. They try to break into his car, so he killed one of them. Well, at least one of them. And he joins a gang of white supremacists. And at one point, he sees that they are doing some transactions with some Latinos, if I'm not mistaken, about drugs or something like that. And he's angry. He's like, what? Like, he's really like, he's a guy who's down. He's like, no, that's us only, and that's it. So one of them tells him, yeah, it's normal. That's what we do. You know what I'm saying? This is business. So then we see that when it's lunchtime, he doesn't sit with them. He sits by himself because he's angry at them. It's like they're not real. They talk that talk, but they're not real. So next thing we know, he's in the shower. They get in the shower. They grab him. They ayana him. And we'll have the scene. And there's another movie. Is it called South Central? OG Bobby Johnson. He's with his crew. He's in jail for handling business, for putting in work. And in jail, he finds out that his son is stealing for the gang, for his friend. Then his son gets shot in the back. So he's quite angry about it. And he distances himself from his gang. And we have a scene where the leader of the gang in jail gives a head signal to the leader of the white supremacists in jail. Basically, he's giving him the go-ahead to go against him. So that's what some people will do. If you don't get with the program, those people will turn against you. So whatever organization you join, make sure you know what their program is and their behavior is. And do not hesitate to ask from the get-go, how do you feel about rape? How do you feel about pedophiles? And you might as well start swearing and using profanity to see if they are comfortable or not. You know? Because you can spot, for example, a feminist real quick. You might say, well, you know, there's that lady, she cheated on her husband. She's just lay down the swear words and see the reaction. Well, but what did he do though? Because when it's time to criticize male, sometimes you have a man, he's going to turn around and watch a lady's behind. Oh, he's a dog. But the woman's going to cheat on her husband and sleep with another man. You cannot even say that, you know what I'm saying? But anyway, that was just an example.
No. We talking about now. We read the verse. We read the verse where someone was in the kingdom of heaven. Hey, look, we read the verse, man.
When the kingdom is established, we're gonna get women when they 12 years old.
Right.
All right.
Say it again.
As soon as they start in the kingdom of heaven, when their period starts, that's when they become a woman.
Yeah, stop right there.
Consider yourself
Let's
warm.
analyze that.
Consider yourself
Which
warm.
one is it? Which one is it? Is it reality or is it in the kingdom of heaven? Who has a period in the kingdom of heaven? Where they write about that? So, you know, that's one thing. But that, to me, I don't see any other way to translate this than he's saying it's okay to take a girl. It's okay for a grown man to have a young girl at 12 if she's had her period, essentially. And here's the thing, that is a real thing that's been going on in the Black Hebrew Israelite community. And I'm not I'm gonna tell you, Shaka, I don't tell many people this, but I actually at one time I came across this group. Even though I'm from DC, we don't really have them in DC, but I ran into them. They were in DC one time. The dudes from Baltimore came down to DC to preach on the corner and collect some donations, right? And I ran into them, and this was this is like maybe 20 years ago. It's 20 years ago, right? And so I was doing my multimedia. And so at that time, I went to school and I said, any Black person that needs any type of multimedia, website, anything, graphics, anything, video, anything. I'm going to do it for a price that they can't beat. And I was really proud of myself at that time. So when I came across these dudes, I was like, okay, this is interesting. I ain't know much about them at all. And I just said, okay, I took it like most people that don't know much. Oh, they saying Black Power, and oh, okay, they sound like they mean it, right? Okay, great. So I went up to meet them in Baltimore to their temple, right? And and uh and got to know a couple of these dudes. I went up there a couple of times and observed, and so that's when I started finding out little things that they practice, like the women can't come if they're on their period. And even if you had sex, if you had sex that day, 24 hours, you can't go in the temple either. That's what they tell you. They say things like this, right? And so
That's from the
and
Bible, though. It says that a woman is
yeah,
impure if she has a period.
right, but they tell the dudes if you had sex, also you can't even come in there for 24 hours. It's something like that. They have, but this was the group. This was ICJC. Is that it? Right. It's a particular one. I don't know if this is PUK, but the one I'm talking about is the other one, the original
Oh,
group, right? Or
ISUPK.
this one might be ISUPK. I don't know who these guys
Mm.
are, but the one I'm talking about is ICJ, Israelite Church of God in Jesus Christ, right? Now, so I went up there and talked with them a little bit and met with them, and then I started learning some things about them. But I was observing, and when I came in there, I observed just the body language. Like I even seen a couple of guys that looked at me like with the eyes like, "Get out, man! You don't want to be here." I saw eyes. I picked up on it, but because I'm there for money to do some website stuff for them, right? And I was like, I'm down to get my money, and okay, this is some funny stuff, and I'll be on my way. So long story short, I ended up making a website for them, but the website had nothing to do with the church. It was used goods. The website was to sell used products. And if you want to be real, if you the more you think about it, the more I thought about it later, I was like, how do I know where they're getting those used products from that they selling on that website? Like, where are they getting those used products from? You see, but I didn't say that to stop there, right? But this group, right? These groups, a lot of people go into it thinking that they're going to get help, you know, and find out that no, they are the meal themselves. So just be cautious of it. If you look at the FBI records, the FBI got some of these groups up on their list of hate groups that they actually taking seriously right now. You see, so that means these are not areas where you just want to, if you have a little bit going for yourself, you want to go in the other direction and avoid this. Regardless of what these cats are saying, you could be sure that this type of behavior, they on camera. See, when you start analyzing people's behavior, you hear their words, you look at their body language, and you collect it over and over and over and over to get a real good idea of what's going on there. And you could almost be certain that because of the things that they're saying, they up on the radar. And there's possibly all types of other stuff going on too.
Yeah, because earlier they were saying that according to the scriptures, it's okay to grab a virgin and rape her. Then they are specifying that from 12 years old they can get them. So you make the two and two together. But you know what you said reminded me of Fredro Starr, the rapper from the group Onyx, the one who played in the series Moesha with Brandy, and he played in a few movies as well. Um, he had his series, he has his YouTube, some tales of his life in his YouTube channel. And I remember the one where he talks about Tupac. He talked about his movie. I forgot if it was called Sunset Park, the basketball movie. And Pac was there with Sugar. He said he was very happy that Pac was here looking at his movie. Then after the movie, he's kicking it with Pac. Yeah, I love your movie, blah, 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 blah. And he says, um, Suge was just looking at them talking, just smoking his cigar, not saying anything, smoking his cigar, looking at them, looking like almost mean mugging. Then he steps to him and put his arm around his shoulder, and he even says like he felt like that the energy, like the guy was possessed with the devil, and he says, he told him, "I want you on the roll." And he says he looked at him like that, Fredo Star is short and Suge is big, he's tall. And he says, "But I'm already on Def Jam." And he says, "I'll take care of that. Don't worry." Then he said he looked at Pac, and Pac looked at him. Like the look from Pac is like, "You don't want to do this. Like we're not happy in there, you know." But
Mm-hmm.
If Pac would have been like, "Yeah, yeah," you know what I'm saying, he probably would have joined. So
Exactly.
sometimes when you are in a situation, because they know you, they know your family members, and for maybe other reasons, it's very difficult for you to get out. But once you're not out there, they're gonna have that hold on you. You know what I'm saying? And
Oh,
it's
definitely.
yeah, it's
Definitely.
just
And they
messed up.
got testimonials. They got testimonials, man. I mean, if for people that well, I would just say this, there's no way you when these people go on camera and say these things over and over and over. I mean, there's a lot of stuff they say, but they need to be well, screw them. People should be aware that folks are analyzing those videos. They're looking at the videos. They're looking to find out who is the culprit. I mean, so just stay away from it. Stay away from it. And a lot of times, the answer some of our people will be having was the white man. The white man. Yo, I mean, we pay taxes. You paying taxes. Don't you want your tax dollars to protect you? Right? And I think that's the overall failure we make in our community. It's like and it's understandable because we've been abused by the authorities also ourselves. But when it comes to this type of stuff, there can be no mistake. There can be no mistake. They already say they have these groups. It's not the first time. Some of the groups are engaged in multiple forms of criminal activity. Dr. York was child trafficking. Now, we try to minimize what child trafficking means. Oh, it just means he took some kids over the border in a van one day and it wasn't even him and blah, blah, blah. But here's the thing. How do you know it's not more? How do you know it's not even more? You see what I mean? A lot of
Right.
times when they taking people to prison, it's just the charges they can convict them of. It doesn't necessarily mean there's not more things that they're looking into or other people being investigated along with them, So I
It reminds me
I
of
just say stay away.
yeah, it reminds me of Yahweh Ben Yahweh's organization. There were several different charges, and later on, people were saying that there are, let's say, rumors, if not accusations, of child molestation, but that's not what he went to jail for, from what I understand. He went to jail for a host of different criminal activities. But let me just continue with the video.
Okay.
All right. So we're gonna deal with them when their period starts.
Right.
When their
That's when they're
monthly
able to have
starts.
babies.
Question.
Have sex with them. Have babies, man.
With 12-year-olds?
Brother, there's in the kingdom we're gonna do that, man. We're gonna get them young.
The thing is that when he says in the kingdom, if they live in an apartment complex, they might say this is the kingdom. I'm just saying. Or if
Yep.
they move abroad, they might say this is the kingdom. Here, the white man doesn't rule. So there are other places in the world where the white man doesn't rule. But I ain't saying no more.
Where's this
We're gonna get them young.
And the kingdom is
The
coming on earth, right?
the kingdom is right here, but the Most High is gonna establish
But
the
it's
kingdom,
okay.
all right?
Can I say something?
Besides, he said the kingdom is right here. Then he added, but the Most High is going to establish. I mean, you heard what he's saying. I'm not making it up.
Don't look up
Exactly.
in Google women that were.
Yes, brother, feel free.
Oh no, but you make an excellent point. I mean, they flip between fantasy and reality. And
Exactly.
at any
Exactly.
moment. So you're never gonna know which one they all of a sudden you're just gonna be caught off guard and you in the kingdom. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what it's
Yeah.
gonna be.
I mean, can you imagine one guy who joins them and he thinks he's gonna go and read the Torah, and it comes to find out he's seeing somebody raping a minor, and then he's like, If he tells on them, he's snitching, and they might threaten him and his family. I mean, it's so messy. Just hearing them speak, man, publicly, comfortably about things like that, man. You can only imagine what goes on behind closed doors, you know. But we
A
have the
lot of
conscious
times,
community, you know, they're gonna be cool with that. You go ahead, brother.
a lot of times, the threats, the threatening behavior that they try to project, you know, a lot of times, to be honest with you, it's just because they haven't been met with a person that is really going to solve that problem. That's all. They usually look at people, figure out who they're going to threaten, who they're not
Yeah,
going
they're
to
gonna
threaten. They're
figure out
very
who. Yeah,
selective.
but you know, somebody
Yeah,
that can solve that problem most likely won't join people like that with doctrines like that. You know, some people they are more or less weak. Sometimes in your life, you are weak because you might have, you know, divorced or had a breakup or lost a family members, lost some family members, lost a good friend, you lost your job, or even maybe none of the above. You're doing well in your life and you're thinking, is God blessing me? So here's a group here that represents God. I'm going to join them. There can be so many reasons, but usually people who can really solve the problem, they, I don't think they will join, but some of them might join it, and they might have solved the problem. We might hear, well, one guy got killed, but they're going to say, okay, that he was over that, or he might not want to say he was over that. You know,
exactly, exactly. It's people that join them that they realize, you know, because the rhetoric is it's exciting. So there's people coming to them all the time, but they're very quick in the beginning to figure out what type of person are we dealing with. I mean, I think that they're
okay,
actually
okay,
very
hold,
good
hold
at
on,
that.
hold on, hold on, hold on, hold that thought, please. Uh, Babylon Dom, who is trash? Babylon Dom wrote, "This guy is trash. Real men do not sit around and gossip and slander, all speculation and imagination." Okay, that was a Dr. York stuff. That was a soft spot. Babylon Dom used to be a Nubian. He doesn't believe that York did what he was accused of. But for you to call I mean, whether it's me or V. Bennett, for you to use the terms trash, I think it's really unfair, brother. I mean, the guy was convicted for it. Now, people claim that he was innocent, but if we ask all the people who have been convicted of any crime, especially serious crimes, there are so many of them, if not half of them, if not the majority of them, who say that they are innocent. You know, so I mean, I think it's really unfair for you. I mean, how are you going to say that somebody is trash for talking about something that is a matter of public record? Now, if you guys really feel like he is innocent, then I guess you know you might as well get some legal team and keep it pushing. You know, but at this point, it's like, man, um, so that's just gossiping now. It's strange that when it's about rape or scamming or lying, it's gossiping. You know, whenever something doesn't suit people's narrative, then we have those talking points. Oh, it's gossiping. Oh, it's pocket watching. You know. So now we're going to talk about people scamming individual. Oh, you're pocket watching. People always have their talking points. You know. Now,
Yeah, and
if
not.
somebody,
Oh, go
I
ahead.
just want to finish that, brother V Bennett. So if I talk about somebody that says, oh, say cool, go back to Africa, then they're gonna say, oh, that's internet beef. That's a personal beef between you and him. That's personal. But go ahead, V Bennett.
I mean, you know, Dr. York's in jail, man. He's finished. And for anybody that wants to experience the same thing, I would say do what he did. You know what I'm saying? To get him there. Now, you know, he could have disappeared, had a plan to disappear, escape if he didn't feel like he was guilty. If he felt like he was wrongly accused, run by all means, run. You know, uh, and plan on that. Especially if you doing your revolution. If you're about revolution, run. Have a plan, like for real, if you're really about that. But in Dr. York's case, it was people said these things that were down with the Nuwabians. They said he committed acts. They spoke to the police. The police prosecuted him, and you know, it's all in those records. Now, people are always free to look at the information and say, "Oh yeah, well he did this because of this, and he did this because of that." But I would say, would you do the same? Because I wouldn't. I wouldn't at all.
Mm.
Not at all. If I was fighting my revolution I'm not giving up. I'm not going into the police. First of all, I'm going to the end. If I'm fighting revolution, you see what I'm saying? Look at how many other people died. Why shouldn't he? Why shouldn't the leader of the revolution die? There's so many of us that sacrificed their lives. So now all of a sudden the standard is that these leaders don't sacrifice their life. You know what I mean? But in this case, Dr. York is in prison. He's in jail forever, pretty much, right? And he doesn't look too happy. You see what I mean? And I would advise anybody that wants to be happy to not follow that footstep, to not be in that situation. Don't make the same kind of moves, you know. But on the flip, on now separating that, just and getting back to the accusations, yeah, I find it strange, man. I mean, I don't go around gossiping about people every day, but I stepped away from the conscious community and because of stuff like this, people just being so nice, so soft-hearted on these kind of actions, you know. And it's not only that; it ain't even just Dr. Ben. I mean, Dr. York. I'm sorry. Good. And is he even a doctor? Good grief. But York, it's not even Malachi York that's the issue. KRS-One, man. The moment I heard his excuse about the moment I used to love KRS records, I used to listen to KRS records. The
I
moment
never
I heard
listened to
his
a song
excuse,
from
I
him ever
stopped.
since. Yeah, same. I was so
Exactly.
disappointed. Yeah, I have a hard time listening to him. You know what I'm saying? It's like Eldridge Clever. I have such great respect for the original Black Panther Party, the Black Panther Party for self-defense. And like I told some people when I read Eldridge Clever's book, because of Raskas's album called Soul on Ice, and I found out he named the album after Eldridge Clever's book, The Minister of Information. Somebody plays him in a movie by Mario Van Peebles. Um, um, Early in the book he talks about, he used to smoke pot and he was arrested for it. Never thought he could get arrested for smoking pot, and he was angry at the society and he started raping women. He practiced on black women first, and he went on to rape white women. I threw the bean, I'm sorry, I threw the book in the dustbin, but not in my house. I went outside of my house to throw it in the dustbin outside of my house. I couldn't continue, and that's just me. Now Babylon Don wrote, you are all not talking about court cases. You are all saying a lot of times, and what if this happened? And maybe, and probably, you know. And then he added, ex. I don't know, maybe, I don't know what the first word is, if he's supposed to be expert, but it says communication is slander and gossip. Ex parte, I'm not familiar with that word, but we have Dr. York's own son, Jacob York, who said that he saw his father raping a girl in front of him. And there's a victim also, he has his video, and he testified about being molested by York. Some people would say it's a conspiracy, you know, but at the end of the day, I mean, he was convicted, he had a lot of followers. I mean, what can we say? What can I say? But to call it gossip about the Babylon Dawn, like people say, God forbid, if some of your family member is molested and you talk about it and somebody says, oh, that's gossiping, how would you feel? It is not gossiping, because this is a fact. This is a fact. He is in jail. He went through court. He went to court, you know? And I'm not focusing on the video where he pled guilty, because it looked kind of strange. But there was a whole court case. There were some appeals. So it's not gossiping. I mean, how can we call a legal case gossiping? As a matter of fact, with Jao, someone said that he was a treasurer, and I think it was you, Babylon, who said that. Somebody else said that he was his assistant. Then I also heard that he was part of his legal team. He left that alone. There must be a good reason why. I even heard that he apologized for being associated with that situation. So why would he apologize? We have to be fair about the Babylon Done. We cannot call a legal case or a court case gossip. It is not gossip. Anyway, let me just continue with the video.
that were pregnant under the age of 12. You got 9-year-old women that were pregnant. You got 11-year-old that were pregnant. As soon as they get their period, they become a woman. 11 years under the age of 12. You got 9-year-old women that were pregnant. You got 11-year-old that were pregnant. As soon as they get their period.
The brother had to put that there. But we ain't going to deal with no 9-year-old woman. No, they're going to wait another 3 years until she swell.
When did
they become a woman.
When did Eve become a woman? When did Eve become a woman according to the Bible?
When did Eve become a woman?
At what age did she become a woman according to the Bible?
It doesn't tell you whenever she got a period. The same thing with Mary.
I got your answer right here. I got your answer right here.
Hold on. The elder got the answer. 12 years old.
Hold up, the elder got the answer.
Okay,
this is
how old Eve was?
Yeah, no, not Eve, but just in general as far
what
as
was the woman created for? The brother asked. I think that's a good question.
We'll answer that.
1 Corinthians 7:35.
I can answer that one.
And this I speak for your own profit, not that I may cast a snare upon you, but for that which is comely, and that you may attend upon the Lord without distraction. But if any man think that he behaveth himself uncomely towards his virgin, if she pass the flower of her age, and need so require, let him do what he will, he sinneth not, let them marry. Now, when does a woman have the flower of her age? The flower of her age is a period.
Well, we heard it.
It's terrible.
Now, the conscious community might speak on that or might not. Yes.
They make this distinction about what a woman is based on a biological function. You know, nothing that they ever said is about a person's intellectual, growth. Come on, man. What? Even a 21-year-old can't behave, doesn't know enough to be with a man twice her age, man. Everybody knows what that is. You just, they're not in your, they're just not in your.
Hold on, please, hold that thought.
Yeah,
Babylon says, Shakandugu, name one great black revolutionary ruler or leader. Marcus Garvey. Feel free, V. Bennett.
Yeah, Marcus Garvey. Me too. But what is he talking about? What does he mean? Name one leader.
Well,
does he mean name one leader that didn't die or go to jail or didn't get attacked?
I don't know. Maybe he feels like all of our leaders have their faults. So we're gonna see. Maybe we're gonna have some revelations about Marcus Garvey. I don't know.
Well, I always looked at it like this. I kind of have this problem with this because at a time when the FBI, COINTELPRO, they literally made a deliberate effort to cease all black revolutionary activities in America. It's just so funny that all of a sudden they just decided to let some not. It's like where did they change their mind? Where did they change their mind at? Yeah. All of a sudden they down with it.
Yeah, it is strategic. The movie. You've seen the movie Black Panther by Mario Van Peebles, have you?
Yeah.
So there's a scene where the guy from the FBI finds out that they have the newspaper, and he says something to the effect of, I'm paraphrasing, like it's unacceptable. They should never have a paper unless we created it or unless we controlled it. I think he said, unless we created it. So and it's the same with merchandising about selling of the black stuff, like the not the kente cloth, but there's that I forgot if they call it wax. There's this material, African design material,
wax print.
Yeah. It's made. It's coming out of the Netherlands. Do you?
Amsterdam. Yeah, it is. I got some on my ceiling right now too. It's it's supposed to be Togo, but it's coming out of Amsterdam. Yeah, that's true.
Man, they make the designs. You know what I'm saying? So we think, this is the black stuff I'm dressing. And there's so many things we should work on. But yeah, it's easier to just control the stuff, and then there you go. You're in control. And that's why when you think about Karenga, in the article by Mukasa, and I'm going to share the article for all purposes. Numéro 2, commence pas à m'énerver là. Every time I'm busy with something. So Karenga's hunting.
That's okay, man. She's like she see her daddy. She's like, oh, what's daddy up to?
Here, Karenga's
Let me
hunting
get at these
ghost.
wives.
Come again? Let me
She
get to
want to
this
get at
last.
those
Well,
wives.
many
Yeah,
times she want to get because she want to be on the screen,
yeah.
so she's trying to get up. And I, especially when I talk about subject like that, I'm like, I don't mind if she's there, she's on the screen. But here in this article, it talks about Karenga being summoned by Ronald Reagan before he was a president, of course. You know what I'm saying? Like rich revolutionaries, have appointment with Ronald Reagan and one responsible or chief of the police. But most people won't read the article. It is quite lengthy. And they like Kwanzaa anyway, so they're gonna celebrate Kwanzaa anyway, and they don't care what Karenga does. But for a strange reason, they will criticize other people for doing way less than Karenga. So this reaction of
Mhm.
Karenga and Kwanzaa is the same with the religion. You know. Now let me just deal with this here. Babylon Dunn wrote, "See, you say, I think you, Babylon Dunn said that Ujau was an assistant. I never said such a thing. No, no, treasurer. That's what I said. Treasurer. And I think somebody else, and somebody else said he was an assistant or something like that. And somebody else says that he was part of the legal team. Now, if I didn't say treasurer, talking about you, then I made a mistake. But I think I said, and you know what? Hey, for the benefit of the court, I'm just gonna share the stream and we're gonna listen to what I said because now, how come there it is? That's the tab. Okay, gonna mute my mic. Just for you, my brother. There it is. That's the tab.
Could grow. I
don't know. We're gonna
looked at it like
relations about
which one and
that.
There's a woman happy just fly, just
So, then I also heard that he was part of his legal. Somebody else said that he was a treasurer. Ujau gossiping. How can we call a legal case gossiping? As a matter of fact, Ujau, someone said that he was a treasurer, and I think it was you, Babylon, who said that.
there it is.
Is that fair
You
enough,
said
brother
treasurer.
Babylon Dunn? So, see, you say, I think you, Babylon Dunn, said Ujau was an assistant. I didn't say assistant. I said treasurer. That's for the record. I never said such a thing. Now you slang my name around, throwing slander at your mouth at the same time. Brother, I play the audio. Now, okay, Babylon Dunn says, I never said he was a treasurer either, no secretary, or anything else. You all said, well, you know what? It would be difficult for me to find the part where you mentioned Ujau and the title or the role he played. So I ain't gonna claim like, okay, I can put it up because I don't remember which live stream it was, and I know it was one of the within the last few days. Hold on. Okay, I called it legal case. Now you take my words and put my foot. Okay, obviously you're angry, Babylon Dunn, but feel free to get on the panel. The link is there. You're angry at us because we mentioned Dr. York's situation. He has been convicted for child trafficking, sexual, pedophilia, all that stuff. No, I never said it, and stop trying to save face. Babylon Dunn is real smart. It's real, because what about this? Okay, in assuming that you never said any such thing, okay, then I have to take that air. But what about this, brother Babylon Dunn? When you wrote that I said that you said he was an assistant when I said treasurer. I mean, we can play that game, but I don't expect you to apologize. I mean, it is what it is. But any mistake that I may have made, then I made a mistake, then I'm sorry. But it wasn't against you. It wasn't an accusation against you. You are being very defensive. I understand you appreciate Dr. York. Others appreciate him. Others say that he's innocent. But the outcome is still the outcome. The guy is in jail and he has been convicted for these things. And you know what? While we're at it, Just as well. I mean, sometimes I want to end the live streams. Dr. York. So
Yeah, I don't have any Dr. York went to jail quite some time ago, and was tried a long time ago. So I don't have anything there's plenty of different types of individuals with cases like this. It's just that Dr. York's case was so huge,
yeah,
given the amount of people involved. But Africa Bambaata's case, that's I mean, he hasn't been criminally charged or anything yet. It's the first civil case. I believe they went the civil route because that might be the
there's a
easiest way to
statute of
open up.
limitation. Yeah, and
Right,
they have
exactly.
changed the law. Apparently, the statute of limitation is longer. But some people said that at one point he went to jail in London. Um, there's a time where people didn't really know where it was, but hey, I think he spoke once about it, and he said on tape. I've seen the tape. He said, "Why are they coming out now? Why are they speaking out now? Can't you say I'm innocent? I didn't do it." Rather than why are they coming out now? Oh, Vibenet is back. But maybe Babylon done. You were not the one who mentioned treasurer. Maybe it was somebody else, and I confused that person with you know. But you're saying that you called it a legal case. Now, my question to you, brother Babylon done. He said, I'm having a beautiful, beautiful day. Didn't you say that Ujau was part of Dr. York's legal team? I'm waiting for your answer while I'm reading the Dr. York Wikipedia. Dwight D. York, born June 26, 1945, also known as Malaka Z. York, Isa al-Hadi al-Mahdi Ali, is an American criminal, pedophile, child molester, musician, and writer best known as a founding leader of several black Muslim groups in New York, most notably the Nubian Nation. Okay? A new religious movement that existed in some form since the 1960s. He is a convicted child molester. Here they might put the full name of the organization. If I type more, there it is. His followers built an ancient Egypt themed compound called Tamare and changed their name to the United Nubian Nation of Moors. All right. So if I go back, let me see if there's an answer from Babylon Done yet. Babylon Done says, like the say in the BCC, Black Conscious Community, I guess, source of a show. But you notice, Babylon Done, I'm asking you a simple question. Did you say that Ujau was part of that? Okay, he say, no, I did not say Ujau was on no legal team. Ujau said he was himself. Keyword was. Well, then you're playing with words, like you read into the extreme semantics. So you said that Ujau said that he was on York's legal team. If that makes a difference to you, then fair enough. Fair enough. So we have kinetic energy. Peace to you. So I'll go straight to the conviction. I'm gonna read this back. Oh, you know what? Hey, you know what? Let's go through it. I'm gonna play a little some, and then I'm gonna read it. So let me play a little some.
We need to put all these clowns to the side.
When you say you believe that, you mean you believe that he has a bachelor's degree in history?
Oh no, I know he don't have one.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm saying I believe what you said.
Oh, okay. So you actually know Garfield personally, do you?
Yeah, he was actually Garfield was with us in Team Osiris for a minute.
Okay.
And he left. Yeah, yep. Did y'all know that? Yeah, Garfield was in Team Osiris for a minute. I'm a Raw Squad, ain't want him.
So Brother Onk is very close to Garfield. Do you think Onk knows that Garfield doesn't have a bachelor's degree in history?
Onk knows everything. These guys sat on the phone with me for 3 hours. because I was really like destroying everything. They're like, yo, man, like you're destroying everything we built. I'm like, but I'm telling the truth though. They know that. Y'all know that. Y'all called me on the phone, and that's the same phone conversation when you guys wanted me to debate Sanjetti and take his place on the team. Same conversation. And then that same day or the next day, y'all made a 5-hour video about me. Who does that? Y'all don't got jobs?
So, brothers and sisters, we have the brother Chris who says that Unc knows everything. He knows that Garfield doesn't have a
You know
bachelor's degree.
everything, man.
So, Unc, I wonder why. And I made a video asking why you're defending a cult.
Let me say this real quick.
I'm asking, yeah, go ahead.
You can't get on the team without Ankh. Ankh's the gatekeeper to Raw Squad. You can't get in without Ankh. I don't know how they're doing now because, like I said, I separated myself. I don't know what they're doing, but I know back then Ankh was the gatekeeper.
So, Ankh, why do you cap for Garfield? Why do you support his lies? We have a whole community looking, Ankh. Why?
And y'all got us looking stupid as black people. You already know the world don't like us anyway. And y'all giving them extra reasons to not like us. And it's people like us that we feel like we going crazy and we're telling the truth. And y'all lying to the whole world.
See, I've been real nice towards you, dog. You ain't even got a bachelor's. I dare you to come forward now, my nigga, and show everybody that fake-ass bachelor's degree that you showed me, or I'll bring it forth. You don't have a bachelor's degree, my nigga. I cap for your ass over there on Brother Shaka's channel, but I won't cap for your ass no more.
All right, so some may not know, but York was accused, and we will see if he was convicted of abusing a minor before the Nubian situation. York began founding several black Muslim groups in the late 60s. In 1967, he was preaching to the Ansaru Allah in Brooklyn, New York, during the period of the Black Power movement. Hold on. Beirut. He founded numerous religious movements under various names between the 60s and 80s. These were at first based on pseudo-Islamic themes and Judaism, Nubian Islamic Hebrews. Later, he developed a theme derived from ancient Egypt, mixing ideas taken from black nationalism, cryptozoology, Christianity, UFO religions, New Age, and popular conspiracy theories. He last called his group the United Nubian Nation of Moors, Nubian Nation or Nubians. Around 1990, York and the Nubian Nation relocated to rural Putnam County, Georgia, where they built a large complex. They came under scrutiny in the early 90s after they built Tamareh, an Egyptian-themed city for about 100 of his followers in Putnam County. Before York's trial, the community had been joined directly and in the area by hundreds of other followers from out of state, while alienating both black and white local residents. The community was intensively investigated after numerous reports that York had molested numerous children of his followers. He and his group were originally based in Brooklyn, New York, and some of them relocated to Athens, Georgia after his arrest. York was convicted in 2004 of child molestation and violations of the Racketeer Influenced and Corrupt Organization Act, also known as RICO. He is serving a 135-year sentence. York and his wife, Kathy Johnson, were arrested in May 2002. In 2004, he was convicted on federal charges of transporting minors across state lines for the purpose of child sexual molestation, as well as racketeering and financial reporting violations. York's case was reported as the largest prosecution for child molestation ever directed at a single person in the history of the United States, both in terms of number of victims and number of incidents. Early life. According to birth certificate issued in the United States. Dwight D. York was born in Boston, Massachusetts. Other sources give his birthplace as New Jersey, New York, Baltimore, or Takoradi, Ghana. York says he was raised in Massachusetts at the age of 7 and at the age of 7 went to Aswan, Egypt to learn about Islam. My grandfather, as Sayyid Abdul Rahman al-Mahdi, the Imam of the Ansars in Sudan until 1959 AD, upon looking into my eyes, foretold that I was the one who will possess the light. He says he returned to the United States in 1957 at age 12 and continued to study Islam. As an adolescent, he moved with his family to Teaneck, New Jersey. In the late 60s, York, calling himself Imam Isa, combined elements of the Moorish Science Temple of America, the Nation of Islam, the Nation of Gods and Earth, and Freemasonry, and founded a quasi-Muslim black nationalist movement and community. He called it Ansar Pure Sufi, or the Ansaru Allah community, circa 1970, where he instructed members to wear black and green dashikis. Trying to reduce that. If you want to read along, you might have to go on full screen mode. If I go full screen mode here, yeah, it's okay. He later changed his name to Imam Isa Abdullah and renamed his Ansar Pure Sufi ministry to the Nubians in Brooklyn in '67. The group was considered to be part of a Black Hebrews phenomenon under the name Nubian Islamic Hebrews and Nubian Hebrew Mission as of '69. Unlike other groups, they were not Judeo-Christian but Judeo-Islamic. This was also the period of black power among some African Americans. York later traveled to Africa, to Sudan and Egypt in particular. He met and persuaded members of Muhammad Ahmed al-Mahdi's family to finance him to set up a cell of their organization in the United States. This was to be a West or American political wing of Sudan's Ansar movement under Sadiq al-Mahdi, also see Ummah Party, which is an Islamic political party in Sudan. He began to develop...
Is that North Sudan? Is that North or South Sudan?
When you say South, you mean the country, South Sudan?
Yeah, that's the old. That must be Sudan, right? It's just the whole Sudan, basically.
Well, at the time, indeed, it was unified, but they're not specifying it. I'm reading the article now. I'll put it in a new tab, and it says Sudan. So unless they give a location, the headquarters were in Omdurman. It's in the state of Khartoum, so that would be what we call Sudan or North Sudan.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure,
North
to be
Sudan,
honest.
yeah. Khartoum, yeah, okay.
Yeah. So he began to develop the claim of his Sudanese roots in order to authenticate his American branch of the sect. After York returned from a pilgrimage to Egypt and Sudan, he invited Sadiq al-Mahdi to the US. In '70, his group changed its name to the Ansar Allah community in the West. A 1993 FBI report described this group as a front for a wide range of criminal activity, including arson, welfare, fraud, and extortion. The group wrote, "The women of the Ansar Allah community focus on memorizing history as their imam sees it. Learning Arabic, many of them are quite fluent, incorporating Sudanese etiquette into their mannerism and memorizing the Quran. They participate in the compilation of the various texts produced by the community and also work in a recording studio owned by the community. Other than this work, the woman's main source of income comes from the U.S. government, public assistance, and monies earned by the men in various enterprises such as food shops, jewelry, and merchandise stores and street vending." Brooklyn. The New York Press reported on York. He was based in Coney Island for a time and operated a bookstore and a printing press on Flatbush Avenue in the '70s. In the '80s, he was based in Brooklyn on Bushwick Avenue. York's students are best remembered by New Yorkers as practitioners of Orthodox Islam. Members of certain New York 5% Nation of Islam, and Arab Islamic mosques still regard the Nubians as a rival faction, but at different times they followed the paths of Christianity and Judaism. Operations relocated to Liberty near the Catskills around 91, then to Georgia in 93. The community in Brooklyn, reported as identifying as the Holy Tabernacle of the Most High and also the children of Abraham, was said to be led by Rabboni Iyusha, or Ishua actually, Bar el Hadi. They practiced a mixture of Judaism and Islam. They were reported as numbering around 300 persons in 94. And in 94, the group reportedly still owned 9 apartment buildings, of which 5 were in tax arrears. Local politicians were concerned that the abandoned buildings would become centers of uses that would damage the neighborhood. Anecdotal reports were that some of the group went to Monroe County, New York, and others to Georgia. Musical production. In the early 80s, York performed as vocalist with his own groups known as Jackie and the Starlights, the Students, and Passion. He launched his own record label named Passion Productions. Recorded as hold on, I'm just disturbed here with the nose in the back. All right, so he launched his own record label named Passion Productions, recording as a solo artist Dr. York. His debut release was the single Only a Dream. There's a music video on YouTube. Later, well, there was at one point. Later included in the album New York, Hot Melt Records, UK 1985. Dr. York and Passion Productions were advertised in May 4, 1985 issue of Billboard magazine. Later, York formed York Records, releasing the music of several successful artists within the genre of R&B, hip hop, gospel, and others. York Records released York's single called It's Too Late in 1986, featuring Sarah Dash of Patti LaBelle's LaBelle. In 88, York Records released He's Coming by gospel legends Doc McKenzie and the Highlights. Also in 88, he released Kenny and Petty's What Is He to You? Pettit went on to become the early 90s group Ex-Girlfriend, featuring Stacey Francis from X Factor and TV One's R&B diva Los Angeles. Then Nubian. Every time I see Nubian, I'm just reading Nubian. Then Nubian Egyptian, yeah. Then Nubian Egyptian Sudanese vocalist and oud player Hamza Eldin, live at the Ansaru Allah community in America, also in '88. He also released Passion on his York Records and Passion Records imprint, a group that consisted of York, Zemo, Abdulaziz, and Steve Segovia, and later even featured Wendell Sawyer, Vernon Sawyer, and Ted Mears of the group Blue Magic, American Gangster. York said he performed popular music in order to reach a mass majority of my people through my music. His Passion Studios recorded artists like Force MD's Fredro Starr. It's funny, I talked about him earlier with the Tupac story of Onyx and Stetsasonic.
Yeah, Stetsasonic. Wow.
Stetsasonic. Yeah. Ministry and fraternal orders. York's group had a variety of names and functions, quasi-religious, fraternal, and tribal. They were called Holy Tabernacle Ministries, Egyptian, Church of Karast, Holy Seed Baptist Synagogue, Ancient Mystic Order of Melchizedek, which is very similar to the Ancient Order of the Mystic Shrine, Ancient Egyptian Order. Yes, the Shriners indeed. And we see him sometime wearing the fez, so it's clear, But I have a video once again called Deception of Asiatic Black Men, and I'm going to share the link in the chat because those Asiatic Black Men movement derive from Freemasonry. And when I say Asiatic Black Men movement, I mean Moorish Science Temple of America, or MSTA, and the Nation of Islam, or NOI. Deception of Asiatic. Oh, there it is. I'm going to share the link in the chat so you have it for the record. Don't sleep on that one. It's less than an hour long. We've seen also Khalid Abdul. Well, I'll show it in that video that I'm about to share. You will see Khalid Abdul Mohammed also. So there it is. You have it in the chat. Deception of Asiatic Black Men. Let me continue. Ancient Egyptian order, all eyes on Egypt, United Nubian Nation of Moors, Yamasee Native American tribe, Washito tribe, and Lodge 19 of the ancient and mystic order of Malachizedek. While drawing from various religious and historical themes, Malachi York continued to focus on Nubia. He promoted a design featuring an ankh in the middle of a six-pointed star of Judaism and Islamic crescent, a symbol used by the Ansaru Allah community. The ankh is associated with pre-Islamic Sudan, Nubia. Dwight York changed his name legally in 1990 to Isa al-Hadi al-Mahdi when he was still living in Brooklyn. He changed it again in 1993 to Malachi York, but also adopted a number of titles and pseudonyms, including the Supreme Grand Master D. Malachi Z. York, Naya Malachizedek L, and Chief Black Eagle. In 1985, York had added a miracle performance to his repertoire. He claimed to materialize sacred healing ash in front of his followers, much in the fashion of Satya Sai Baba. And that guy was an Indian guru who claimed that at 14 years old, he was a reincarnation of Shirdi Sai Baba. In 1988, York was convicted of obtaining a passport with a false birth certificate. Moved to Georgia and construction of Tamare. York left Brooklyn with an estimated 300 followers about 1990. Some settled in upstate New York. He later moved with numerous followers to Georgia. Others joined them from such sites as Baltimore, Philadelphia, Hartford, New York, and Washington, D.C., according to former follower Robert J. Rohan, who later wrote a book about the movement. York moved in order to avoid criminal investigations and other charges in New York. Perhaps to avoid scrutiny from the international Muslim community, the Nation of Islam, the Nation of Gods and Earth, legal troubles, and the negative history of his group during the New York period, he changed his own name several times, as well as the group's name, and masked different parts of their doctrine. In Georgia, they changed their name to the United Nubian Nation of Moors. At York's discretion, the community purchased land and built Tamare, originally named Kadesh, an Egyptian themed complex built on 476 acres of land near Eatonton, Georgia. It was built over a period of years and completed in 1993. Tensions with county authorities increased in 1998 when the county sought an injunction against construction and uses that violated zoning. At the same time, the Nubian community increased its leafleting of Eatonton and surrounding areas, charging white officials with racial discrimination and striving to increase opposition to them. Threats mounted, and an eviscerated dog carcass was left at the home of the county attorney. It's like kind of, the Godfather type of stuff, for those who know about the horses on the bed. Within Putnam County, the Nubians lost black support, in part by trying to take over the NAACP chapter. But outside, they appealed to activists claiming to be persecuted in the county. During this period, the group maintained Holy Tabernacle stores in more than a dozen cities in the US, the United Kingdom, and Trinidad. And York purchased a 557,000 mansion in Athens, Georgia, about 60 miles away, the base of the University of Georgia. In July 1999, The Time magazine reported the 40-foot pyramid obelisk gods, goddesses, and the giant sphinx built by York's follower in rural Georgia in an article titled Space Invaders. In 2005, federal government officials acquired the property of Tamare through asset forfeiture after York was convicted and sentenced to prison for 135 years. He earned money for violating financial laws. After the property was sold, the new owners demolished the buildings and monuments. Arrest and conviction of child molestation. Beginning in Brooklyn, York had established strict sexual practices within the community, reserving for himself sexual access to many women and girls, including wives and children of followers. Theodore Gabriel wrote about these practices. While extolling the virtues and importance of family life and the conjugal relationship, he denies such relationships to his followers except at strictly controlled intervals. He urges his female followers to pattern themselves on the Islamic paradigm of the wife and mother, apparently desiring the creation of stable family units. But in reality, the husbands and wives are segregated in dormitories, separated also from their children. York permits spouses to cohabit only once every 3 months. They are permitted to meet in the green room by prior appointment only. Anonymous letters were sent to Putnam County officials alleging child molestation at the New Albion community. The FBI, which had started investigating the group in 1993, assigned a major task force to it. In 2002, York was arrested and charged with more than 100 counts of sexually molesting dozens of children, some as young as 4 years old. According to Bill Osinski, who wrote a 2007 book about York and the case, when he, York, was finally indicted, state prosecutors literally had to cut back the number of counts listed from well beyond 1,000 to slightly more than 200 because they feared a jury simply wouldn't believe the magnitude of York's evil. It is believed to be the nation's largest child molestation prosecution ever directed at a single person in terms of number of victims and number of alleged criminal acts. In early 2003, York's lawyer had him evaluated by a forensic psychologist who diagnosed a DSM-IV impression consisting of Axis 1, clinical syndrome and delusional paranoid disorder, generalized anxiety disorder, adjustment disorder with depressed mood, and Axis 2, personality disorders, histrionic personality traits, self-defeating personality traits, and schizotypal personality features. In 2003, York entered into a plea bargain that was later dismissed by the judge. He was convicted by a jury on January 23, 2014. The judge rejected his plea to be returned for trial to his own tribe after York claimed status as an indigenous person. Your Honor, with all due respects to your government, your nation, and your court, we, the indigenous people of this land, have our own rights, accepted sovereign, our own governments. We are a sovereign people, Yamasee, Native American Creek, Seminole, Washita Mound Builders. And all I'm asking is that the court recognize that I am an indigenous person. Your court does not have jurisdiction over me. I should be transferred to the Moores Cherokee Council Court, in which I will get a trial by juries of my peers. I cannot get a fair trial, Your Honor, if I'm being tried by the settlers or the Confederates. I have to be tried by Native Americans as a Native American. That's my inalienable rights, and it's on record. Now, not having jurisdiction, this court doesn't have any jurisdiction over me. We've seen many Moors who claim that in court they ended up in jail anyway. He asserted to the court that he was a secured party and answered questions in court with a response, I accept that for value. This may have been a heterodox legal strategy based on patriot mythology. Early in 2004, York was convicted in federal court by a jury of multiple RICO, child molestation, and financial reporting charges. He was sentenced to 135 years in prison. His case was appealed to the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals, which upheld the convictions on October 27, 2005. A U.S. Supreme Court appeal was denied in June 2006. York's followers assert a number of defenses, including that their leader Malachi Z. York, who was charged and convicted, is not the same person as the Dwight D. York, who is listed in court documents as a defendant. One of York's sons is named Dwight, and sometimes the claim is made that it's York's son and not York who is or should be the real defendant. Others say that York was set up by his son Jacob in coordination with Al Qaeda linked American mosques jealous of York's influence among black Muslims. York believes that his betrayal, arrest, trial, and imprisonment, and eventual release were foretold in chapter 10 of Zechariah's teachings, the wars of the God and the man, with York being represented by Marduk in that story. As of 2020, Dwight York is serving his sentence at the United States Penitentiary Administrative Maximum Facility in Florence, Colorado, as inmate 17911-054. His projected release date is July 12, 2120. York's followers have said that since 1999, York had been a consul general of Moravia, Liberia, under appointment from then President Charles Taylor. They argue he should be given diplomatic immunity from prosecution and extradited as a persona non grata to Liberia. Officials have not accepted this claim. Okay, it's going to be finished soon. Teachings. York has taught an ever-changing and multifaceted doctrine over the years, with influences and borrowings from many sources. It has included a Baroque cosmology, unconventional theories about race and human origins, cryptozoological and extraterrestrial speculations, black nationalism, conspiracy theory, and religious practices invented or borrowed from many existing religions. Claim of extraterrestrial origin. York has claimed to be an extraterrestrial master teacher from the planet Risk. He wrote, "We have been coming to this planet before it had your life from it. My incarnation as an Ilah Mutajasid or Avatara was originally in the year 1945 AD. In order to get here, I traveled by one of the smaller passenger crafts called Sham out of a mother plane called Merkaba or Nibiru. This version of York came to Earth on March 16, 1970. Comet Bennett, which was visible on that date, is said to have really been York's spacecraft. York thought that the mother plane / Nibiru will launch the Crystal City or New Jerusalem, see Book of Revelation 21:2, to our solar system from its position in Orion. A 40-year process of taking the 144,000 chosen few, see Book of Revelation 14:1, 12,000 each from the 12 tribes of Israel into the planet craft Nibiru began on August 12, 2003 and will end on August 12, 2043. These chosen few will be groomed for 1,000 years and return to Earth for the final battle against the Luciferians and also to redeem man from the 6,000-year rulership of the devil and his seed. If people are familiar with the doctrine of the Nation of Islam, they also talk about the 6,000-year rule, if I'm not mistaken. Descent. York has had a variety of stories about his ancestry and birth, including that he was born in Omdurman, Sudan. This has not been documented. His parents of record are Marcy C. York, née Williams, or born Williams, that's what name means, it's French, now also known as Fatima Mariam, and her husband David Piper York. York has claimed that his biological father was Al-Hadi Abdul Rahman al-Mahdi, whom his mother ostensibly met while studying as a student in Sudan. This is not supported by any documentary sources. York claims that the name he was given at birth was Isa al-Ahadi al-Mahdi, and that he was not given the name York without a first name until a month later when he and his mother returned to Boston. David and Mary York had 4 other children together: David Yale, Deborah, and Dennis. York has claimed, without documentation being found, that his father was descended from Ben York, an enslaved African American who took part in the Lewis and Clark expedition. He claims a paternal Sudanese grandfather, As-Sayyid Abdul Rahman al-Mahdi, making York a descendant of the Muslim leader Muhammad Ahmad. There is no documentation to support this. On his mother's side, York described his maternal grandmother, Clarence Daniel Bobby Williams, as an Egyptian Moor named Salah Hailak Agala, a merchant seaman from a little village called Belula in Nubia of ancient Egypt. Another genealogical tree shows Bobby Williams' father as unknown and his mother as Madame de Conti of the Bassa tribe of Liberia. These claims have not been documented. Finally, we have aliases. Yeah, they have plenty of external links.
Yo, Shaka.
Yes. Hold on. I just want to finish with the
Oh,
aliases, if you don't
okay,
mind.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry,
I was
sorry.
just curious about the links because sometimes those links they go way back and there's many websites who are no longer online. So York has been known by a multitude of aliases over the years, many of which he used simultaneously. They include the following: Dr. York, Malachi Z. York, Dr. Malachi Z. York, H.E. Dr. Malachi Kobina York, Imperial Grand Potentate Noble, Reverend Dr. Malachi Z. York, 33 degrees / 720 degrees, Consul General Dr. Malachi Z. York, Copyright TM, Grand Al Mufti Divan, Noble Reverend Dr. Malachi Z. York L. Note there is no documentation for completing formal degrees that support his use of the title of doctor. As-Sayyid al-Imam Isa al-Hadi al-Mahdi, As-Sayyid al-Imam Isa al-Hayai, I'm not sure how to pronounce that, al-Mahdi, Isa Abdallah ibn Abu Bakr Muhammad, Isa al-Hadi al-Mahdi. Chut, je suis occupé, mais tu vois pas? Souffle. Souffle encore. So, Isa al-Hadi al-Mahdi, Al-Hajj al-Imam Isa Abdullah Muhammad al-Mahdi, Iri al-Sayyid al-Mumbra, Isa al-Haji D, Tundi, the divine and noble, Black Othello. Looks like a mix between Black and Othello. Feel free, V. Bennett. V. Bennett might be okay.
Yeah, sorry about that. I'm here, bro. I'm here. You know, see, I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know what your thoughts on this are, but when I hear all of the things that he claimed or is claimed that he claimed, right? All these things mentioned in there between the identities, all the identities, and then the spacecrafts, and man, you know, I have to go back to mental illness, you know, and I would almost say that a person that is trying to sit down and reckon with all those things and trying to take those things as being serious, it have to be that you would drive yourself crazy. trying to believe these things and take them into your actual belief system. I mean, anytime somebody mentions things about aliens, I'm sorry, man, but to me, I just type, governments, some disinformation. You don't know where that's coming from. You don't know why that stuff is out there, but you've never seen one yourself. Have you been on a ship yourself? Have you seen one yourself? It's just like, so you have to be careful when you try to force something inside of your own consciousness that you cannot prove, that you've never seen, that sounds so fanciful, yet you try to believe it. That can cause a lot of harm. That's what I would suggest here.
The Nation of Islam, there are stories of mother sheep, mother wheel, and baby planes, baby bombers, But here, for the record, I've shared the link to Chuck Morgan's website. Chuck Morgan is a brother. He's actually a member of the channel, and he's studying the cuneiform writing. He was a Nubian, and he's let's say criticizing the doctrine. So that's his website here. Everybody's free to have a look. Yes. So what I'm going to do now is just read. Oh, we have a new member. Okay. Where was the last comment? I think it was that one. Hold on. What is a Hurricane Carter? The only Hurricane Carter I know is that boxer portrayed by Denzel Washington in the movie. The Ferretis wrote, I remember when Chris did that for Garfield. I was upset with him for that. Chris is a noble man. Stay that way. And here Babylon wrote, now Shaka Ndugu would be so ridiculous to show Marcus Garvey record as he was convicted of mail fraud, put in Fed pen for basically racketeering, accused of being a domestic terrorist supremacist. Well, he was accused of mail fraud, indeed. A lot of people say that he was set up, but that's far-fetched from a child molestation. Now, name any great black revolutionary ruler or teacher or leader or scholar. Name one black. I thought I just named Marcus Garvey. Kinetic Energy wrote, how a convicted child molester pulled all this off. The Ferretis wrote, when they flooded Nubia, northern Sudan was itemized. Babylon Dawn wrote, the dude on the panel believes his own opinion, so he will think he is right based on his own delusion. What's funny is that when people don't agree with you, they're just going to say that whatever you say is an opinion. Even when it's a matter of feel free, brother.
Yeah, but I do believe my own opinion. I mean, it's not a delusion because he's in jail. I believe Dr. York is in jail for what they charged him of, and I believe there's other things connected to that, and that the legal system just can't address all of it, properly. But the reason why they can is because a lot of us protect that behavior. But here's the thing: it's my opinion. I believe what I'm saying, but I think the preponderance of evidence would stand on my side with me because I'm free. Dr. York is in jail. Now listen, even if these things weren't connected to him, regardless of what Dr. York did and his belief, my thoughts are just really simple about him. If he really believed he was a revolutionary for black people, why turn yourself in? Why not go out and die? Because our revolutionaries have died. What is this? They died, man. So that's what I don't understand.
What do you mean when you say? What do you mean when you say why not turn yourself? Why turn yourself in? Are you talking about York?
I mean, why? Yeah, because the thing is that
he was arrested. He did not turn himself in. He did not turn himself in. He was arrested.
Right, but he didn't have no idea they're coming after him.
Probably
he didn't have any idea they're coming after him. That's what I mean. So here's the thing: sure, if you're fighting this fight, then there are some certain things that's coming to you. But my whole thing is that he's not in jail for being a revolutionary. That's not what they charge him with. His own son. Look at the people around him. I mean, how many of those things can you just wash off and just assume it's Dr. York is right? It's not just my opinion. It's other witnesses' opinions, that people that I've listened to myself and heard their opinions. So, I mean, I don't know what Babylon Don is trying to say about it, but I don't think it's only the rape that's troubling, the rape allegations or the rape that's troubling with the Nuwabians. These kind of things that they're teaching, in my mind, to a human's conscience is dangerous. They're dangerous things. People develop paranoia based on this stuff, man. People don't need this stuff, man. People going through a lot of stuff, and when you throw these kind of bizarre things out there in their mind and say that you're there to help them, you love them, you're going to take care of them, and people give up their homes, give up everything they have. Are you listening to what these people said that they did? They a grown man with a wife actually submits to being separated from his wife and child. A woman, a grown woman, a mother agrees to be separated from her husband and child, to be told when they can see each other, how they can. I'm sorry, bro. It is my opinion. That is just way out of bounds, but it's also nuts. And I think Dr. York has sickness, just like they said in his report. The man is sick, you know? And it might hurt people's feelings, but I mean, I'm telling people very clearly, stay away from this kind of stuff, because life can be so much easier if you just stick to the basics. Just stick to the basics. You don't have to worry about aliens and ships, motherships. You don't have to worry about, you know, someone trying to stop you from achieving your goals in life. Um, you know, you just need to discover yourself, discover who your real family is. And in America, that's been hard on African Americans to discover that. So I understand why a lot of this stuff exists, but at some point we got to take a stand and just say, hey man, this stuff is disgusting and it's wrong, and you can't have nothing to do with it. You can't defend it. You know, that's my opinion though.
Yes. Now, one thing I wanted to say, but I guess I forgot. Now, um, Babylon wrote, "All eyes on Egypt," and right now, that is all you talk about, Egypt, like Dr. Malachi Zio. Now, Sekou talked about the Haitian man, Antonio Firma. That was before Shekanta Diop. But even if York was the first guy to talk about black ancient Egyptians, what difference does it make? It's like if the guy committed those crimes, all right, he might have done some good in his life, but if he committed those crimes, it's just horrible crimes, you know. But welcome to Andrea Burnett. Thank you for the support. Babylon
But
Dawn
can you
wrote, keep.
prove that? Can you
Can I
prove
prove?
that claim?
Uh, well, I don't even believe in that claim, but you know. Now,
Right.
Babylon Dawn wrote, keep changing names so the media cannot slander. I mean, there wasn't really a claim, you know. Actually, he did not really say that York was the first one, but it's kind of implying that. But you know how Babylon done is going to say, no, I didn't say that. So keep changing names so the media cannot slander so easily. Brilliant. A vast economic empire was being built by being blessed by spiritual work Dr. Malaka Ziok helped build for the Black conscious community. The Pharaohs wrote law. Babylon Dawn wrote all alleged or gossip and slander in a single location. Where are the articles or exhibits of hard evidence found, such as pictures, videos? I don't recall them mentioning pictures or video. Now, DNA, witnesses, and victims, namely Trinidad or London. I mean, I mean, okay, he wrote, where are the articles or exhibit of hard evidence found, such as pictures, videos, DNA, witnesses, and victims? All right, I have an answer for that. I won't be long, I'm sure. Let me share the screen. So here we have Tariq Noel. He intervened in several different channels. And he is a Dr. York victim who gives his testimony. He actually spoke with Brother Polite. And Brother Polite made a statement that had a lot of people angry at him. Because Brother Polite said that even if York committed all of those things, he still sees him as his, forgot if he used the word God or Savior or something to that effect, you know. Now we even have, where is it? Sanetta. I'm going to share the link. Actually, I'm going to play the beginning of that one. Now, you've been going on Sanetta's platform several times. So, I've shared a second link. And because it is in a new window, I'm going to do this. So you can see the title is Alleged Victim Tariq Noel tells his story about Dr. York molesting him at as a 7-year-old child.
So I'm Tariq Noel. I was born and raised in the Nuwapian community, from the Brooklyn days when there was the Ansar Law community, to upstate New York, when we did the Hebrew Israelite thing, to down south in Georgia when we built pyramids. I was involved in the case as far as the child molestation. I'm a victim of child molestation. I testified in court. I was raised as one of my mom has 5 kids, and she became one of Malachi York's wives, and two of my little sisters are Malachi York's kids. But growing up, I grew up as in the family. He raised me as one of his kids. So, I grew up as him being my father, also being molested by him, and 2 of my older sisters also being molested by him. We told our stories. We testified in court. We lost a lot of friends, a lot of family. A lot of confusion came about because of the defense that they try to plead that he was innocent and didn't do these things. So nothing really came about as a community of.
You have the link, but one thing interesting is that early on at the beginning, he said, when we did what thing?
My mom has 5 Georgia when we built pyramids. When we did the Hebrew Israelite thing
where we did the Hebrew Israelite thing. And that ties us back to this video of these Hebrew Israelites who are in the street publicly saying that it's okay to rape because it is in the scriptures. So that video that I mentioned about Polite speaking with him, I've shared the link in the chat, and there it is.
See, I'm speaking on behalf of the children or the people that had to testify or that testified.
Had to testify based on what that he did do something to them.
Well, I say had to testify because some people didn't testify. So some people felt it in them that they had to do this, like it's something that they had to do. For me, it felt like it was something that I had to do because one, like I told you, both of my sisters went through the same thing I went through.
And
both of my older sisters.
Do you mind sharing? I don't know nothing.
Sharing what? Okay, well, both of my sisters been molested.
By who?
By Malachi York. By Pops, Barbara, Esau, Mom Esau, whatever. He has sex with them. And
At what ages?
At what ages? I mean, if you want to get the accurate number, you can ask them.
Around what age?
I mean, 13, 14, 7, 8. And I will only speak for myself as far as the personal thing that I've been through.
Of course,
as far as and I don't want to get graphic. One, okay, I'm a dude. I'm not gonna be walking around saying that I've been molested. This, and that happened. As a man, you don't want to be going around saying that.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying? So when in my situation or the way I grew up, I was ready to move on. I left in 2001. I was ready to just live my life, move on, whatever. You know what I'm saying? The people started doing the investigations and stuff. The FBI started doing the investigations, started trying to get statements from people. Both my sisters went ahead and gave their statements.
Yeah.
I still had nothing to do with it. No statement, no nothing. When I realized, okay, they're about to go to court. You know, and I went through the same thing that they went through. Like, I'm my mother's only son. You know what I'm saying? So I'm the man of the family. You know what I'm saying? My sisters were going to stand up for themselves, and I'm, you know what I'm saying? So I was like, okay, well, and then that's when I gave my you know, my statement, and that's when I decided that, you know, that I was going to go ahead and do it. Nobody wants to see they family go get locked away. So I really understand how hard it is for people that's deeply involved in it also. And people gotta understand, I was born and raised in it too. So I understand from inside out also what it feels like not to have this person around still giving leadership. You know, so it's not no stranger, no random person that's saying, oh, this happened. I mean, this, you know, this stuff, like, I was 7 years old. You know what I'm saying? I was upstate New York after Brooklyn. You know, upstate New York when he first, you know, touched me or whatever, in molested, you know. And so from 7 to 14, 7 years that I went through this, you know what I'm saying? And that's my story.
Would you say there's been over 20 children molested by Dr. York?
I would say so. I mean, I would say that it was, you know, if I could confirm people that I could strongly confirm, it'll be about 15 or 20 people.
Obviously, if over 15 to 20 children were being molested, we have to now say, how come the adults wasn't saying nothing? Shouldn't they be locked up with Dr. York too? How come they're free to testify about it?
You understand the adults were separated from their children. You know, so you had the girls in one house, the boys in one house, the women in one place, the brothers in one place. You know, everybody was separated. So it wasn't no house with a family, and then you could recognize when your child is gone.
You mean to tell the world that none of these children had enough sense in their mind to go tell their parent that this isn't right? I've been touched sexually, I've been sexually abused. Not one child out of all these children. It could have stopped so long ago if just one child or just one adult.
Yo,
Now here is straight up defending, and it's strange because that you're talking about a child, you know, and who says that no child spoke about spoke about it to their parents? Now it's up to what did the parents do? Did the parents report it to people within the organization and then nothing was done? Or is it a result of the investigation? But you know what I'd like to do, V. Bennett? I just really want to finish that video. There's about 7 more minutes to go. And then, or if we come to the part where he says, you know, even if he did those things, blah, 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 then I will end it there. But I'm just going to play it a little bit more.
Yeah.
What that this isn't right? I've been to the
family, and then you could recognize when your child is gone.
You mean to tell the world that none of these children had enough sense in their mind to go tell their parent that this isn't right? I've been touched sexually, I've been sexually abused. Not one child out of all these children. It could have stopped so long ago if just one child or just one adult. What caused all of this to come out? First, you hear nothing from nobody.
Yeah.
You hear nothing from nobody. Then you hear something from everybody, all at the same time.
They might not have been the medium to talk to anybody about the situation.
Not even their parents.
I mean, that's why, of course, I could have told my mother.
We chose not to.
It's not that I chose not to. To really explain it would really take a lot. But I mean, you're not really yourself when you're not. You know what I'm saying? You ain't got no esteem. You know what I'm saying? You ain't got no. You know what I'm saying? You can't even face, like, my mother had to. When she found out from my sister, and she came to me and asked me about it, and I still really couldn't even tell her. I had to say, well, I had sex with the girl, and he was there. And that was my way of telling her that, yeah, it happened. You know what I'm saying? But that's what the initial conversation. And this is like 2 weeks before we left. It was something I was under. I couldn't tell my mom. I didn't tell nobody. It was something that held me to not say nothing. You know what I'm saying? Because I looked up to him as my dad. Because I looked up to him as the person that he was. I thought he was a God figure. I thought he, you know, and all those reasons, like, you know, I'm trying to, like, see why is this going on? What's the significance? I'm young. I don't even know what really intersex and I don't.
Why do you think he's locked up for 135 years, underground 60 feet, in a super max penitentiary with no one with a case likened to his own amongst cannibals? Not because what you think he should be locked up for, why you think he's locked up.
Well, I mean, to answer your question in the way that I think you're asking it, you know what I'm saying? Because one, you have a black leader that was getting black people together and was building a sovereign nation.
Tell me if this is something you believe. That's not what I want to hear. What do you personally believe? Dealing with the facts of the matter, not denying you of your experience, but based on what we all know, what is necessary to lock a person up when you accuse them of these type of
What I know from history is that whenever you have a black leader that's uplifting the people, that's doing something for the community, that's bringing people together, and that's building people and elevating people, then they get taken down. You know what I'm saying? And he wouldn't have been taken down, and he hasn't been taken down until they found something that to take him down with. If he threw everything away by molesting kids, did he really care about everybody else? This is what I have to live with. I have to live with how do I come across the people that's in the knowledge and even vibe with them and talk to them on a regular level, and people looking at me one way.
Nah, that's all good. You can always come to a class of ours.
That's cool, but you know what I'm saying. But it is. But see, the thing is that
it don't make you a bad person.
At the end of the day, people's always gonna have his word over anybody else's word because that's all they know.
You know, at the end of the day, he's locked up, so obviously they took y'all word over everyone else's. It doesn't matter. Like I told you, if we say he's innocent, when he's still locked up in prison, y'all word accounted for everything.
What I can't go.
He was worked up there. It was obvious. He was worked up there. You know what I'm saying? But let's continue. Let's continue. The line of questioning is similar to what we've seen before. Oh, we can't take away from Africa Bambaataa. You know, the defense mechanism. You know.
Yeah, I got much to say. Come on.
And everything that's in front of me, I see people that's being misled. I see people that's under the impression, and even though
misled by what? People are saying
no, they
doctors being railroaded. That people are saying none of this has to do with the case as far as the government is concerned. The government don't give a damn about the accusations.
Saying that
are you hearing what I'm saying?
You got people saying that kids haven't been molested. I can't see what you're seeing. I can't see the. I know what happened to me. I know what he did. I know what kind of person he is. You know what I'm saying? So
what kind of person he is? That's the question I want to ask you. What kind of person is Dr.
I mean, you get what you see. You get what you see.
Tell me,
who
is he to you?
What people didn't see is also.
I asked about other people. I want to know about you.
You see, the defense mechanism is almost blaming the victim. Like, who is he to you? He's a guy who molested him, you know. But hold your thought.
Okay.
And feel free to make some notes if you want, because there's like another 4 minutes left. So hold that thought, please.
I want to get into your mind. I want to know, what is he to you? Who is he to you?
Who he is to me right now? He's somebody that did a lot of things great, but had his flaws, and it didn't correct those flaws. And he had years and years and years to correct those flaws. He didn't correct those flaws. Now I came back, and now he's incarcerated. Should he be in there? Should he be out? Someone like him shouldn't be incarcerated if they uplifting the community and doing what he did. But if you're gonna do that, and on top of that, still do the wrong thing for years and years and years, then you definitely shouldn't be out on the streets. That's if I was the devil, the perfect devil is the one who's gonna be a pastor, a preacher, or the one doing the right thing, and actually the one doing the wrong thing and send you to hell. That's the perfect devil right there. If I was a devil right now, I'd be telling you to do the right thing. I'd be telling you to live your life this way, and I'll be sending you right to hell. The devil knows the gospel as well as any pastor or preacher. So if the devil is going to do his job, what better way to do it than to have everybody lifting themselves or doing the right thing? And in actuality, it's like they're going up, but they're going this way. It's not just up. It's like they're going up and they're going astray. You know what I'm saying? That's the only really way that the devil could do his job, is to deceive people into thinking that he's actually God, to deceive people into thinking that he's actually Christ. That's why they say you will have false prophets and false messiahs. I would respect a wolf. If I was a sheep, I would respect a wolf that approached me and tried to hunt me down than a wolf that came in sheep clothing.
My whole argument in this whole situation is, should people be locked up based on what people believe? I got the right to be angry. You know why? Because the Lord promises me something different. The Lord promises me that we will lock people up beyond a shadow of a doubt. That's what the Lord promises me.
Yeah. But in this case, it was up to 12 people to have that reasonable doubt or not. And those 12 people make the decision.
It's not. So what's the point?
If you want to fight for
it's your matter of opinion if you would have
fight for it for another reason. Don't fight for it because he's innocent of a molesting kid.
Let's say he molested 1,000 children. Factually.
Okay.
Genetic evidence and everything. Things that we don't deny scientifically. We say, wow, okay, true. If someone was to ask me, would you still worship him as your most high, acknowledge him as your most high God? I would have to. I don't identify with everything he does there, much like I believe most Christians don't.
Personally, the current accusation against him, he hasn't been judged, he's free. A lot of people are quick to say, oh, there's so much evidence, there's so much stains of semen and stuff like that. But when I saw that video years ago, I looked at polite differently. Because for any human being to say something like that, and the irony is that now, this was probably before he spoke with the GMS Hebrew-Israelites. Because ultimately, when he talked to the Hebrew-Israelites and them saying that it's okay to rape according to the scriptures, he was in great disagreement with that, you know? So I don't know exactly if this was before or after, but for anybody, regardless of the school of thought, to say something like this, and I'm going to play it again, and then I will be done with this video. Well, actually, it's only 1.5 minutes left. You know what? I might play it until the end because I don't recall hearing listening to this in full.
We say, wow, okay, genetic evidence, 1,000 children.
Because he's innocent of a molesting kid.
Let's say he molested 1,000 children. Factually.
Okay. Genetic
evidence and everything. Things that we don't deny scientifically. We say, wow, okay, true. If someone was to ask me, would you still worship him as your most high, acknowledge him as your most high God? I would have to. I don't identify with everything he does there, much like I believe most Christians don't identify with everything their God does, because it says their God is a jealous God. And some Christians would tell you it's not right to be jealous. And some would tell you that, you know, it shouldn't be vengeful, but then the Bible tells you Most High is a vengeful God. And it tells you you shouldn't hate, but it tells you that God loved Jacob and he hated Esau. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. It's the difference between being a proud Nubian and saying that he's innocent. Okay, that's two different people. I could be a proud Nubian because I was born in Nuwapu, but it's two different kinds of people.
Are you
got people?
Nuwapian, if that's the case?
I can be, but how can I be a proud Nuwabian if the Nuwabians are saying that he's innocent and I'm saying that this happened to me? So now it is. You see how we sitting down talking. That's. But see, the thing is that, you know, now is my word against the master teacher's word, and whose word is they gonna take?
I know one thing the master teacher always taught is that when you're looking at the sides of the truth, there's his side, her side, his or her side versus his or her side. But really, in actuality, it's just the truth. Your side, their side, and just the truth. There's only one truth.
And it ain't yours.
And that's a talking point that you hear a lot. There's like there's a situation with two people. There's person's A's side of things, there's person's B side of things, and there's the truth. I mean, also all this is talking point. He was very defensive, and he spoke at times without even thinking. So the words that came out, you did not really sound good at all. You know, But anyway, I think it was before he had a conversation with GMS. But V Bennett, you said you wanted to comment. Feel free.
Yeah, he did not at any moment identify with the child who had been raped or are. I'm sorry, I got to be careful. This is YouTube. I forgot that he didn't make one statement that showed he identified with the victim, right? Who's the child. And so I noted that.
It was. I'm not trying to defend him, but it was edited, so I don't know the whole thing that was said. From what we've seen, it didn't seem like he showed compassion or care for the victims. You know.
Exactly. And exactly.
Because he was too
And
busy defending his leader.
yep. You know, I mean, there's enough. I mean, how long was that tape? 7 minutes. I mean, there's enough time to show your appreciation and your empathy for the victim, for the child. You know. So I mean, he somehow it didn't make it in this one. But like you said, the gaslighting and the particular troubling thing with this gaslighting thing that they're using here is like it's like you either side with the victim, and if you side with the victim, you're going against the revolution. And that right there, man, that in my view, that is so harmful. That's sickening. That is a violation. You know, people develop mental illness because they've been victims of gaslighting like this. You see what I'm saying? Because there's no escape for them. The people that are being taught, like this guy who has to listen to Polite question him about his own experience, and hear Polite, you know, going at him, trying to challenge him to ask him, you know, is this, you know, did this really happen? And you know,
Expressing doubts, indeed, you know.
that is so harmful when you for a victim. That's so harmful. But the thing
Yeah.
about it is that he literally said, I mean, the way he make it up is like these victims have to say to themselves, this happened to me, but I have to be quiet because if I speak up, I'm against the revolution. You know? And that's pretty much what Polite is saying. He even said it himself. He said, if I knew that York did this 1,000 times, he would still back Dr. York. He would still see him as his
As
leader.
his God.
I mean, what
Yeah, and that's one
what
of the worst sentences I ever said, honestly.
that's right. And it also gives you you
Well,
know, again, I'm gonna
the
remind
worst
people.
sentence he ever said. Not one of the, but obviously clearly the
Yeah,
worst sentence he ever said.
I mean, and that's the thing. There's no on the high. If you want to look at the high, how high it could go, there's a ceiling on the high. They don't go very high, but the low has no ceiling. You could go as low as you want to go, and Polite is showing you that through these words. Like at no point does he empathize with the victim, right? But here's
Well,
the thing,
it
man.
looks like he doesn't believe the victim.
Yeah, he doesn't believe the victim, but that's right there in itself is like it tells you a lot because you you cannot say yourself Polite, if Polite was not there, he cannot say if it happened or not, but he could listen to this person who's clearly saying it happened to him. You see, so Polite's not in a position to say it didn't happen to him. So where is all the vigor coming from in Polite's questioning? You know, it's almost like he was interrogating a victim. You
Well,
see, so
at
that
one
and
point, yeah, you feel like it's as if like he's trying to blame him for York being incarcerated, you know. But it seems to me that the victim in question, or the alleged victim, like some would say, is used to all these line of questionings. And I mean, like he said, you know, he's been there. He was born there, but he was there. You know, whether or not he was born there, because some people say, no, he didn't say he was born there. You're lying. But he was there. He
right.
grew up amongst this. So, and he says that his family was torn about this, you know, because can you imagine how some of your family members who don't believe you because they see the leaders? So you know. But anyway, brother,
That's
it's gonna be
terrible. That's terrible.
yeah, it is terrible. So, brother, thank you very much. I'm gonna finish with the
Yep.
comments. So, if you have time, feel free to join us.
Peace, bro.
Well, actually, in an hour and 20 minutes from now. All right.
Okay, man. Okay, bless, and bless to
Okay.
everybody out there.
All right. Peace. So now, Babylon Dawn wrote, show the proof that Dr. York did anything. Show the orgy of evidence to court claim. You cannot, because you read they said it was so much, the judge or jury would not be convinced to believe it. Now, first, Babylon Dawn says, show the witness. That was the previous one. You see? Where are the articles or exhibits of hard evidence found, such as pictures, video, DNA, witnesses, and victims? And I showed that, but now it's like show proof that Dr. York did anything. How can I show proof that he did anything? He was convicted for it. The court dealt with that, you know. Now, with any person convicted of sexually abusing children, I could ask the same question. I could ask anybody, show me the proof that this one did that. And would I say, okay, since you cannot show me the evidence of proof, it means that they are innocent. So all the male and females convicted of sexual abuse against children, somebody could argue that they are all innocent. You know, I mean, at this point, it gets bizarre, it gets strange. The birth certificate is not accepted or called fake, so the paperwork evidence is available yet not acceptable by the beast. Now, the birth certificate is something else. You know, the most important is the charge. So once again, you have the link to Chuck Morgan's website, noapianism.com. Michelle wrote, "These men sound sick. No way is this thinking acceptable to the same person." Babylon wrote, "Dr. York's method to the madness was to teach the masses in all schools on all levels, and extraterrestrial and extra-dimensional were just that, levels in the degrees of learning." Michelle wrote, "It's heartbreaking to listen to." Babylon wrote, "Dr. York said to the class that if you have ever seen or had contact with extra astrals, then you have no reason to accept or believe them. You heard their opinions. You saw nothing. You only believe what you heard." Well, you know, if we have children in the conscious community who say that they have been molested, they say that they have been molested, and then we say, "Oh, that's their opinion. What you heard is their opinion." I mean, maybe some parents would tell the children, "Well, what you're telling me that this person from the community molested you, but that's your opinion." How would they feel? You know, at this point, it goes very far, and I don't know if you realizing how far it goes here, brother. There are known. Okay, I don't understand that message here. But Dr. York was smart to ask the men and women to agree to be separated for the good of the community. Oh, you're pushing it right now. I mean, did you see the length of time? Like for weeks? Kinetic energy wrote, "Babylon, you come off counterproductive wherever you show up, whenever time meets occurrence and you're present." Babylon is asking, where are all the other victims? So first you want a victim. Then when you have a victim, you want all the other victims. And you're asking me. There's a court case. Now, because we have children, it's possible that we don't have their names. Because usually the identity of children is protected. But we have parents, we have family members. So, of course, a lot of people will say it's a huge conspiracy. So where are all the other victims the court claims in the case? Where are all the witnesses to support the victim claims? Babylon Dawn wrote, "Kinetic energy, you attack the messenger and you avoid the message. Your opinion of how someone comes off is your sole perception, not no one else." But you know, for other things that you're asking, Babylon Dawn, somebody could ask you as well. Can you prove that it's not the case? Can you prove that this person lies? Can you prove that, you know? So basically, that guy, Noel, he lies, right? If Dr. York is innocent, then it means that this victim who testified talking to Brother Polite is lying, right? There's no other way. "I right the wrong of those who right the wrongs." Kinetic energy says, "Babylon, the message and the messenger are a compound element. I'm curious to ask, such a vibrant vibration of matter you present, do you have a degree?" Babylon replies, "There, you said it." Kinetic energy wrote, "Polite looks like the Reza." Andrea Burnett wrote, "Thanks, Shaka and Kinetic energy." Born FOG is there. It says, "Salute, Shaka panel and chat." Babylon saying, "Kinetic, yes, I have earned many degrees, being an initiate of the SGMT 33 degrees and 720 degrees and so on." Well, those are Masonic degrees. I think when we have asked somebody if he has some degrees, we need academic degrees, but the Pharisees wrote, "Polite is defending Dr. York and putting that young man on trial. Now Polite was accused of the same thing Dr. York did, and Saneda and conscious community defended it, allegedly." Well, there's a difference though, you know, and I'm not trying to defend Polite, but Polite has not been convicted. Polite has been accused, and Polite is free. Babylon wrote, Shaka Ndugu, you mean you respect or you follow a fraud and scammer of the Black Power movement or Black conscious community, such as you say Marcus Garvey was guilty of or convicted for? A scammer? I mean, if you're talking about Marcus Garvey, he was accused of mail fraud indeed. But didn't the COINTELPRO start with Marcus Garvey? Some people might say, well, he started after because they said they wanted to prevent the rise of the Black Messiah. But we can look into that further. But I don't believe that he was guilty of the mail fraud. I mean, he wouldn't need to do mail fraud when he had at one point, at least he boasted at one point to have 2 million followers. It's the largest ever Black organization in the world. But mail fraud and sexually abusing children, that's really, there's a big difference between the two accusations or charges. Polite is a victim too, then. Polite is speaking from the point of disbelief and okay, well, Babylon done, I'm just reading for okay, there's only like 3 more comments. Polite is a victim too, then. Polite is speaking from the point of disbelief and shock that someone he could not imagine is being accused of the unimaginable. Well, that's your opinion, Babylon done. Then he added, a victim is not victims. A witness is not witnesses. Okay, well, you want all the victims and all the witnesses in the world, and feel free to look for them. Babylon Dunn wrote. Now, for the record, there's 2 witnesses. There's that victim, and there's Dr. York's own son who stated publicly that he saw his father raping a girl in front of him, and that's on tape. So that's 2 witnesses already. So I never said anyone lied. Only state facts. Well, brother, I mean, you're not going to answer that question. That's fine. You don't have to. Michelle wrote, thanks, pure love, Shaka, and joy. But it's simple. You believe that York is innocent, but here you have a victim who says he was molested. He even said that his sisters were molested. So if you believe that York is innocent, then there can only be, it can only be one way. It means that the guy who spoke is lying. It cannot be any other way. He cannot tell the truth and York is innocent at the same time. So thank you for watching, brothers and sisters. Stay safe, stay healthy. If I am allowed to by the nature, I will definitely holler back at you. I don't argue, I state facts. If you're not part of the solution, you're part of the problem. Do I to do a nature hotel? Now, for the record, for those who don't know, I'm giving middle nature classes. And here, that's the flyer. Okay? So, those who are interested, feel free to holler at me. If you're not interested, it's cool. But I recommend that everybody who has not yet seen the video, Kemet and Ma'at, Before Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, then watch it. It has about 300,000 views and really deserves to have a lot more.
I just want to let everyone know who's listening in now and who's going to listen to this stream in the future. I just had my first Meta Nature class by Brother Shaka today, and I've had other Meta Nature lessons by other teachers, and I can tell you right now, the brother is the best in the game. He is that was one of the best classes I've ever had, ever. So if you're interested in learning the Meta Nature, if you're interested in getting the basics of it, Brother Shaka is an awesome teacher. Get with him, and it's extremely affordable. This brother is giving us his time and his skills, and he's basically giving it away. I mean, I just consider it a donation. You know what I'm saying? So if anybody's interested in learning the Meta Nature, get with this brother right here. He's an awesome teacher. And I'll end with that.
Hotep Senu, Hena Senut. This is Julie, also known as Servant of Yah, and I'm currently taking the Medu Neture classes with Brother Shaka, and it has been an amazing experience. Only 2 lessons so far, and I feel like I've been taking the classes for months, just with the how in depth he goes into the vocabulary words, the construction of the language, the grammar. It's been immeasurable, the experience. And one thing that comes across, hands down, is his extreme passion for teaching this to anyone who is willing to learn and has an interest in learning. So I highly suggest, if you are interested, even a minimal interest, that you subscribe to the classes with Brother Shaka. It's such a nominal amount for how much you get. I know, like, our last class was over 2.5 hours. It felt like 2 minutes, but because that's how, involved you are in what he's teaching and how he teaches and how compassionate he is about what he teaches. Also with sharing materials free of charge. No question, no doubt. It's just what he does. He doesn't have to, but he does. And so I just wanted to give a short testimonial about the class and the effectiveness of the class. And all of that is attested to how studied Brother Shaka is. So I highly recommend anyone with a minimal interest that you do sign up for the Medunetya class. Hotep.
Don't forget to subscribe to my channel, which is Ma'at Forever. Don't forget to watch the video entitled Kemet and Ma'at. Don't forget to share Kemet and Ma'at on my channel on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, or other social media that you use. Email, text messages, you name it. Those who wish to donate can do so on paypal.me/ma'atforever.